Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Session 2 of Brisbane by Night Hellfire. As I would hope you all know, are your darling storyteller for the evening, the ever-illustrious and elusive LethalityComplex. Before we get into tonight's events, allow me to give you a little recap of where we left off with our poetry. The previous session, which will be on YouTube, is on YouTube, and will eventually probably be rerun on Twitch by virtue of the fact that our dear host, whilst I am the master of ceremonies, our dear host CoffeeCatPresents was having some rather major internet issues.
Yes. I never did figure out how to do a rerun, so it's on YouTube.
Yes, go watch it. To recap, very quickly, the coterie found themselves with an invitation to Elysium by the Herald and Sheriff of Brisbane, or at least what the remnants of the court would consider to be the Herald and the Sheriff. What some would consider to be the last two truly upstanding members of the shattered court of Brisbane in these Nights of War. There was much a show at Elysium. Some who didn't know exactly what it was they were doing under the etiquettes of court. Some who managed to get by just fine with their experience or their general demeanors, and a pair that flourished under the spotlights. Dark occultism of the Malkavian Ashton Sacks. And the ornate peacocking of Valentina Visage. Capturing the minds of those who watch, as even the Ventru are unable to mince the words of the state of the court as it stands. They are shattered. There is weakness. And the wolves wait in the wings, just licking their chops, waiting for a moment to strike and feed. Gathering the information that they could from the Herald and the Sheriff, the next stop was to speak with the Scourge, one Nazir al-Qadira, of the specifics that were to be left out of the public eye, as the coterie was the one tasked with performing investigative and perhaps even enforcement of the traditions on behalf of the Sheriff. Much like hounds, or perhaps even mini scourges in their own right. Nazir shares with them what he knows of the Anarchs invading mostly from the north and the west. Of other threats unknown that also come in from the west. Of a black spot in the southwest of the domain where kindred just seem to disappear should they get too quote-unquote rowdy. And of course, the myriad threats of the south. place in the city right now that is rife with crime, with word that those of a Sabbat persuasion are flooding up from the Gold Coast, a former subdomain of the larger Brisbane domain that has since been rescinded. And of other things worse than that. Adding to the fun, not necessarily adding anything new, but adding to the fun would be the appearance of the Malkavian Primogen upon the Coteries' resolution to investigate the south side of the city. Primogen Swilton seemed to reinforce the words of the Scourge, although in ways that were a little more cryptic than one would, in this sort of sense, would be hoping. And resolved to meet to discuss things amongst themselves after the fact, the coterie piled out. But not before certain people were shown to have an interest put in them by the powers that be. It's upon this separation that we jump back in to the same evening. To the lives, times, and tribulations of these kindred. Specifically that, well, we have some feeding to do. We'll start with what I would believe to be the simpler first. Skye.
Yes.
Tell me, how do you hunt the kind?
A bit of a bully. Like hitting them when they're coming out of bars and mugging them in nearby alleyways and taking both their money and their blood. Simple, old-fashioned. Gets what I need.
Ah, regular predator who doesn't hide. Very well. I would assume Strength Brawl is your hunting roll
Yes, sir.
that you wish to use. Then you can go ahead and roll that for me. Difficulty is 5. As a little bit of a note for the more eagle-eyed out there among you, this coterie doesn't have a specifically established domain due to the fractured nature of the city as it stands.
I am.
Instead of
overpowering
using
that.
regular difficulty 7, however, I have set a base hunting difficulty of 5. Because despite the wide area, the city tends to be very packed with people that are active at all hours of the day. Brisbane is very much a city that doesn't sleep, think in the same vein as New York. But Skye, that is 4 successes.
Okay.
Not quite there. However, I will offer you a success at a cost.
What's this cost?
You will gain what it is that you're looking for. you will gain the ability to slake your hunger. But there will be a complication with your feeding.
I think I'm going to leave it as is. Not on an edge or anything, just wanted to top up. If I can't feed right now, I can't feed right now. It's just fine. There's more something along the way, per se.
It's not a matter if there aren't people about that aren't, there are targets, but the issue is that it's just not quite the right time. They're stepping out, but they're still a little too alert. They're moving to the next bar along the crawl sort of thing. And whilst you could probably pick one out of the crowd, well, doing so tends to pull more eyes than it's worth. And so,
Exactly.
for the time being, you let it go. Now we move to someone who's a little bit more desperate. Not too much more, but a little bit more. Valentina. Please, darling,
Yes.
describe to us how it is that you slake thine hunger.
Oh, honey. Now, normally when I'm at a location, major city or such, where my business and brand is very thoroughly established, I usually have a retinue of models from which I may go ahead and call to, already tenured into their position, surrounding me and catering to my every whim to join one of my great shows. Some would die just to be on my catwalk, wearing my image. But as it stands, I haven't been in Australia by any means in order to establish the brand. Business ventures have already been in the works since I've come to the conclusion that I'll be down here for a bit. How long, who knows? It doesn't matter. Long enough to settle a foot into the city. But that's beside the point. At the moment, it simply means that I don't necessarily have a retinue of models and precise picks to choose from. So one could say that I'm going scouting, and while I'm at it, I'll get to learn a little bit about what's on brand, what's in fashion, and what others seem to be talking about. So, as I go through this, I have a bit of a choice. I might choose to hunt in my typical Lem methodology, an Osiris, or potentially a Scene Queen if I choose. I'm still deciding. It comes to you, storytellers, to what I get to do. Big question for you. May I add in my dots of fame to this? Though my brand is not formally established here in Australia, especially Brisbane, those who are aware of international style might be a bit more understanding.
How many dots of fame do you have?
3.
Oh, no, most certainly. You are internationally known. At 3 levels of fame, you are internationally known amongst your circles. So if you step among fellow fashion designers and models, they will have heard of you. You won't necessarily have the vaunting of a name such as Peter Alexander or the like, but your name is still spoken, and amongst such a cutthroat profession, even that is high praise. So, in that case, I would most certainly allow you especially with the city as it is, to go ahead and hunt as an Osiris. You know where it's a mixture because of the fact that you know where to find. Whilst you're not necessarily hosting a fashion show yourself, you know where to go to other fashion shows within the city. You know where those sorts of people congregate because these are the sorts of things that would have immediately reached your ears. As soon as members of your community would have found out that you were in the city, they would have immediately contacted you and say, well, if you want to meet up, you go here, you go here, you go here. You will meet these people, you will meet those people. These are the people to know, these are the people to not. Because your fame does precede you.
Beautiful. It's always good to be known. It's especially
Yes.
good when it helps with these matters. Now, that said, I can use my 3 dots as modifier, correct? The
You
fame.
may. You may.
Beautiful. I love that. Then I will do that. Bloop. How's a 6?
You will certainly get to feed. However, I would like you to roll a d10 for me. Just a single d10.
Oh, I love trouble. That's a 9.
That's completely fine. How much hunger would you like to slake?
Just enough to manage the situation. I'll take 2 safely and make sure that the model in question is well taken care of. Now, that is to say, I do have a bit of a feeding preference, so no matter who it is I am feeding from, they are beautiful. They are lovely, lavishing. And I'm going to frame it in such a way that it is really scouting. Come with me for a moment, dear. I might actually have use for your face. You're quite beautiful. You'd work very well in some of my fabrics, you see. I'm currently constructing a line. As I do so, I'll bleed them away and... deciding whether or not it would be of my benefit to use a certain ability, but I think it would be best to hold off for the time being.
Very well. Valentina, you take this woman off to the side, and as you feed off of her, you also gain some information, starting your scouting process. The model that you've picked, she is a little bit on the larger side. But what strikes you most is her eyes. They're stunning. Not only in shape, but in color and in clarity of that color. They're a brilliant, not unnaturally so, but like an icy blue color. And the way that they sit in the face and the proportions of the face to the eyes just seems to show that off. You're sure that you could, with your expertise and wondrous designs, could turn her into a statement that no one would be able to ignore.
Oh. And I do like that. Potential is a powerful tool, and one often overlooked, especially amongst the mortal kinds. I find that people of certain brilliant qualities always have the ability to outdo any expectations beyond what most kindred would expect. That's what we're good at, isn't it? Knowing how to work with people. I make sure to slip within her dress the card and contact. For me, precisely. She'll know to get in touch with me soon. And I for her.
Oh,
But go
most
on.
certainly, especially with the wonders that you've shown her this evening. With how yes, wonders, because I think one thing that kindred tend to forget is with how good the kiss feels to them, with the exception of the Hecata, it feels even better to the mortal that they're feeding off of. Without powers. So yes, wonders. In a twisted, morbid sense, at least. But it is now that we shift away from matters of the blood and feeding to matters decidedly more mundane. You see, with all the information that you've been given, there is this overwhelming desire to gather more, to plumb the contacts and pull on the strings. And I think the best place to start with that will be those who decide to dig into the criminal underground. Where we should start is, I think, with our resident fish out of water, Judge. Given your time on the bar and the number of people you've put under your gavel for crimes untold, almost sometimes unmentionable, you've gathered quite a bit of a mixture of enmity and respect from the criminal underground of Brisbane, depending on who and what is going on. And so
I have had quite a few dealings with some criminals, some reformed even. So being able to squeeze the right ones for lesser time in some regards, but still in an appropriate sense, goes a long way. And
certainly
one of my contacts would be just that, a bit of a information broker on that side. He gives a bit of information to me. I end up looking out for him from time to time. He knows I won't fully go all the way and get him out of very sticky situations. That's on his hands. But if it is a petty crime, I might look the other way.
Of
And
course.
in that sense, I would be wanting to look into what are the criminals up to tonight? What have they been doing? Who are the major players going through?
Sure.
If I can get that.
Yes, yes, most certainly. Here's what I'd like you to do for me. I would like you to go ahead and roll me a charisma plus your dots in contact.
Ooh, okay. I think I'm aroused for this.
By all means.
Ooh, get a bit hungrier. Okay.
Yes, Judge, you get a little bit hungrier.
But, hmm,
3 successes. Do you want to push that any further with willpower?
eh, I'm full on willpower, so yeah. Oh, willpower 3.
Maybe you have 3 dice. 4 successes. Judge, the man, or at least you think it is a man. They use a voice changer. The way that you get in contact normally with your criminal contacts is via way of a person. You don't necessarily know who they are outside of their alias, but they go by the alias of the operator. And much like the operator of a switchboard, they provide information, they plug leads, and for the right price, they'll even connect you to someone in the know if there's a very specific person you wish to talk to and you need to talk to them quickly. They're a master of getting people in contact with other people. And as you raise your phone to your ear, having typed in the number, sometimes they pick up, sometimes they don't. But tonight is a night that you do indeed get something that is not just a dial tone.
Ah,
Go for operator.
cool.
How I direct your call?
I'm looking for a bit of information. Kind of wanting a bit of an update on who the major players are on the south side. Can you point me in the right direction?
I figured you'd be calling eventually for something like that. You do always like to keep your finger to the pulse. Stand by, I'll see what I've got for you.
Much obliged.
Well, I've got some good news and I've got some bad news. Good news is basically every criminal organization on the south side is currently active and extant in one way or another. Something has kicked the hornet's nest, and they're all busy. And it's not just peddling. It's not just peddling drug product to the not he wouldn't say that to the regular people of the city, like they usually do. Something's got them very agitated, and there are fights breaking out. Nothing too open. They're not going so far as to pull out guns and start shooting at each other, but Influx says that there are police being pulled here and there, tips being given anonymously, raids being conducted. It's like a Cold War out there at the moment.
I see.
The bad news, however, is that I don't have any more information for you other than that. Most augurs at the moment are remaining exceptionally tight-lipped as to their operation so as to not give anything away. But something or someone out there is clearly pulling some strings, because I don't think I've ever seen so many organizations railed up against each other all at once.
That is definitely a concern. But it is something I can work with. If you ever get in trouble, let me know and I will help you out. Favor for favor.
I'll take it under advisement. Will that be all?
Have a good night. Of course.
You as well. Disconnecting.
Mhm.
And then... So, to sum that up very quickly, your contact has basically told you that the criminal organizations that have a presence on the south side of the city are basically all in a Cold War with each other, and they're using the police as a weapon.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, they're not actively fighting each other, but they're sending in tips. They're basically getting the police activity is nuts. There's raids happening, not necessarily daily, but multiple times a week. Which means they might be gearing up for a larger operation where they hit everywhere all at once.
Yeah. Okay. With that, I would definitely look into what the hell is happening on the police side, because at that point, my men are getting the fucking runaround, and that's time getting wasted.
It is. You would also figure that it's a redirection of police resources, something that would be finite.
Yes, someone's fucking with them. And I want to try to get down to the bottom of who is constantly fucking doing it.
I would agree that that is certainly an idea. The next stop we're gonna do before we move into some more involved scenes. So we're gonna move back to Skye. Post her unsuccessful hunt, you also had someone you wanted to get into contact with.
Mm-hmm.
Unlike...
Go
Go ahead.
on. No,
Oh,
you go
perfect.
on.
Alright. Unlike Judge who
Someone,
delay. We love it. We love it. We love it. Alright, hold on. You go.
you go because the cat just knocked something over.
Okay, sure. Well, welcome to technical difficulties, everyone. We love technical difficulties in this house.
To be fair, there is literally half a world between you two.
True, very true. But
We're professionals here, guys. Don't worry.
we are. But Skye, unlike Judge, who tends to speak to a disembodied voice over the phone, your contact is a little bit more close to the ground and tends to float a little bit closer towards the domains of your clan, of Clan Gangrel, in the north. With all that being said, however, surely they would have some information on what the south side of the city looks like. All you would need to do is ask, text message or something of the like, and you would be able to set up a meeting with this individual. Rather rough and tumble type as they are, but certainly able to get you what you need.
Perfect.
Okay. Then what I would like to determine your contact's availability, then what I would like you to do is the same thing. Could you roll me your charisma plus your dots in contact, please?
Oh, just charisma +3. Got it. This is gonna bode so well. You know what? I'm gonna rouse for this.
Sure. You don't get any hungrier. That's 4. Okay.
I think I'm gonna let that one stand.
Yep. As soon as you send out the text message asking for a meeting, normally it takes them a little bit to respond, but the response is instant this time. As you ask for a meeting, their thumbs basically twiddle against the thing of their phone, and you get a, well, what would you know? I wanted to talk to you too.
Oh, that could really only bode so well.
Oh,
When and where?
most certainly. And it is you. I don't have a token for them yet, but that's fine. We just need enough. You're given a meeting place. It's a park nearby. In a loud enough part of the city that 2 people being in the park late at night is not going to draw a massive amount of attention. But also quiet enough that you're not going to have the nosy, leering looks of nearby suburban homes. And it's really close to where you were hunting as well, Skye, so it's not even out of your way this evening to go and actually have this meeting. Because you did roll a 4, and that is a thing that I consider on rolls such as those. You're not left waiting long, probably sitting on a bench in this park, when a tall, rather rugged, masculine figure comes out of the shadows and comes to sit next to you on the bench. We don't have a name for this guy yet, but I'm sure we'll figure out one.
Yeah, we'll figure something out.
For now, though, he's gonna speak up. You know, I'm not normally one to call meetings like these. Tend to want to keep things on the down low, but I figure, given the status of our professional relationship, there's probably some stuff that you'll want to know. But then you're the one who asked me here, so if you got
Oh, you said
questions,
you
out with
wanted
them.
to go too. What's going on down south? Someone even as bleh. English, please. Someone even as oblivious as me can see something's going on. Starting to get a little too loud. Color me curious.
That's a understatement of the century there. Oh fuck, where do I begin? Well, I'll put it to you like this. You know, I tend to be a member of a motorcycle club.
Yeah.
As it so was. And it means we deal with a lot of different people. But it's when they all start saying the same thing that we start getting concerned. Stash houses being hit over and over by the police, they could get reported. People constantly going missing or getting caught. People who are doing nothing otherwise. Someone just going to a dead drop. Police find where the dead drop is and get the drop on them. Something's upset the balance.
Are they closest to what it might be?
Honestly,
Wow.
not a fucking clue. It's strange. You know, I'm not really the type to analyze this shit too much, right?
Yeah, I just figured you'd have more information than I did. Don't go down there that often anymore.
You know, I wish it did, but I don't know what's what's causing it. Something or someone is just feeding information to the police. There's a rat somewhere. And it's hurting operations pretty badly.
Sounds like there might be multiple, if you ask me.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, but people, you know, people aren't usually my strong suit.
Not mine either. So, fuck are we gonna do?
Well, ain't that the multi-million dollar question? But look, you'd at least be in a little bit more of a position to do something than I am, because frankly, at the moment, if I stick my head out, it just might easily get by the police.
Yeah, let's
And
not have that happen. Kinda like having you around.
last thing I want to sit in is you know, getting myself French Revolution by the pigs. So
Well, suppose I'm just going to go down there and take a look then.
yeah, I'd recommend something of that ilk. Again, I'd go down there myself, but
Yeah, too much police. If I find anything, I'll let you know.
yeah, I'd appreciate that. I'd appreciate that very much.
Who
Cause
knows? Maybe ferret out all the rats.
yeah, and if you find them, drown them, will ya?
With pleasure.
See, this is why I like you. I can rely on you to to actually do the shit you say you're gonna do. But
Well, what did your old man
unfortunately,
said? I'm like a dog. Just point me and I'll fetch.
yeah, it's true. He did say that. You're aware that this particular guy you did actually meet through Jasper, because he also tends to have these kinds of connections. But
Yep.
unfortunately, I don't really got anything else for you, and unfortunately, time does wait for no man. So I'm gonna leave you to it. Just send me a text if you get anything, and I'll be sure to keep the boys off your back. Yeah.
Be appreciated. Can't have them seeing me lurking about.
Yeah, they might get the wrong idea.
And I'd hate to have to fight them off. They wouldn't be able to win. She's gonna get up and start walking off.
I just kind of nod his head side to side. Yeah. Yeah, probably. Unfortunately, your contact didn't know much more than you. He just knows that there's
Yeah,
shit going down, but you figured that everything's kind of gone tight-lipped, given he's mentioned the police are just raiding anything and everything in sight. They've gone a little bit stir crazy. So obviously information isn't going to be super forthcoming to kind of the in the know, but still on the ground type of grunt that this guy is.
yeah.
Now,
Your poor luck, though.
oh yeah. Yeah, ain't that just the fucking way? while this is all going on, gonna cut quickly to a different part of the city. And I say quickly because of the fact that I need to prep these ye olde tokens. Clayton. You find yourself at the tower.
Very likely in my office.
Yes. And not only would you be joined by your retainer, but you would also be joined by Lucy. It's not that you're doing anything exceptionally interesting at the moment, but mundane logistics are a thing that keep any coterie propped up, especially when they're about to take on something the likes of which that you're about to take on.
Yes.
And I'm sure, educated that you are, despite the fact it is a little boring, that perhaps the most sheltered of you might gain a little bit of experience from seeing these logistics carried out firsthand. How does one pluck the strings and pulse of a city to make it dance to their rhythm? And such as it is, that you three find yourself, Clayton, in your office, broadcasting and doing all of these things in either on your computer or on your phone, or having Allison do things.
Combination of it all, I think. If there's something I don't have a connection with, I'm asking Allison if she's got any connections that we could utilize in this regard. It's mostly gathering up maybe some resources. I'm not sure exactly what it is the coterie can do for the most part. Hadn't really had a conversation with many of them as to what it is that we could leverage in their own contacts. However, already putting mine to work. So, gathering money. At the very least, be able to collect us enough funds to be able to purchase anything the others might need.
Alright. So,
At minimum.
here's what I will allow you to do then, and Lucy, you're watching this, the way that Clayton acts, the way that he carries himself, the dots that he draws between the various things. what I shall have you do to begin this gathering of resources is either you, or you may have your retainer roll this, can roll me an intelligence finance.
Intelligence.
Yeah, that's right.
finance.
That's right, guys. I just called for a finance roll. Holy shit!
I think Allison.
Could
would
I
be-
assist?
Do you have a dot in finance?
No, but I do have criminal contacts, and that would probably mean fences and other ways to maybe move and get revenue streams that they wouldn't normally know about.
How many dots in criminal contacts do you have?
3.
Oh.
I will allow it. You have convinced me. I will allow you to add a +1. And Clayton,
Right.
you said you're gonna have Allison roll this?
Yes, she is the more intelligent financier.
Yeah, I will say this one is very much a matter of using all sorts of different things, not just like raw finance, but being able to control other things as well.
All right. I'll just roll it from her sheet.
Yeah, sure. If you have a dot to add, if you have a dot in finance, you may help her as well. But otherwise, it's intelligence finance with +1.
Yes. So I have a dot in finance, and then
That'll be with a +2.
yeah.
Yeah, so I know a guy. He's who all the homeless people and all the drug addicts go to sell all the stuff they steal. He usually plays pretty good. If we need to liquidate anything, I can probably get in touch with him.
Allison raises her brows at you in surprise before noting it down. Very good to know. Such rapid liquidations are probably a thing that we're going to need in order to get rid of some of these more solid assets if we're looking to scrounge up more money.
Yeah, his brother, we can also help get things probably if we, stuff that you can't really buy in the store.
And black market acquisitions.
I didn't know you had such connections.
Well, I don't know much, but it's one thing that I learned from one of my friends. Back in Seattle. We weren't always in a home together. We learned how to survive. So it's good to look for people like that wherever you go to a new area, because everybody's got to survive somewhere.
To be quite honest, the criminal underworld is not exactly something that I've dipped my toes into. Rather,
You're lucky.
rather keep my hands clean of that. That's what normally what I have a coterie for.
Oh yeah, you were lucky. Never had to deal with that. It's not fun.
But it also kind of makes sense. A lot of Nosferatu have underground sort of connections. They don't work in the shadows. Dead drops, things like that. It's what I understand.
Yeah, when you have smiles like this and she'll like take her mask off, you can't exactly just walk up to anybody, so you got to deal with things a certain way. Makes things so much harder. I can't just walk into Walmart and buy shit.
No.
Wait, do they even have Walmart here?
No, they certainly don't. We have Costco though.
Oh, I'm going to miss hot dog.
Walmart
And-
sells hot dogs?
No, let's go.
Oh, Costco.
I was just thinking. Yeah, I was just thinking they don't have Walmart, but they have Costco. Wait, you guys know about
Lucy-
finances. How the hell do they still have them for $1? She's going to go into a tirade. Sorry, go ahead.
Allison is trying her best to keep up a professional appearance, and she's obviously not like outwardly but you can sense it from her when you take off your mask and do that smile that it does unsettle her a little bit, which from what you understand is probably understandable. She's a ghoul, she's part of this world, but she is still in essence a mortal.
Oh, I thought she
And
wasn't scared of me. Then I would get kind of.
she's not scared. It's just a matter of as you took the mask off. It is still a little unsettling, right?
It's
It's that point of
jarring,
like, no, I'm
yeah.
not scared of it. It is a little jarring.
Lucy will just kind of get a little self-conscious and shrink a little bit and like put her mask back on.
Yeah, she is trying her best not to show that to you though. It's just a thing that I would think to point out, given that you probably haven't dealt with that many mortals in your times and tribulations outside of feeding.
But yeah, she'll like I said, she'll kind of shrink back and a little self-conscious.
But with all of these things linked together. Oh, and that reminds me. Lucy dear, the reason why the Costco hot dogs are still $1 is because the Costco CEO threatened to fire anyone who dared change the price.
I like him.
That is a man with power.
Well, no, that's actually a true story. He actually.
Oh, I'm
threatened to
very
beat
much
the
aware.
crap out of.
They
very fun little
made
tidbit.
2 hot dog plants and only ship at night, keep the prices as low as possible.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Now that finance roll has been made, and the fact that she got 5 successes on her roll, she could push it further, but she's not gonna. Not really at any point. Clayton. What I am willing to offer in terms of what you're gathering up is this. You will have a total of access to 3 dots worth of resources for the purposes of equipping the coterie, so shall we call it.
Which is
Some of
essentially
this will be
tapping
liquid.
out all of what we have as far as the business in this tower.
Oh, I'm not talking about the tower. I'm talking about this is liquid assets that you have access to that doesn't touch those dots.
Oh. Well then.
So these are the sorts of things that you may tie up in just having a little bit of additional liquid assets, which is like basically a pool separate from the tower that will give you access to a little bit of additional money. Perhaps if you need to purchase some items, equipment like, say, firearms, although that will have its own role because of the fact that firearms are not so easily acquired here in Australia. Because, you know, licensing and all of that, which means if you need them on the down low, it means you're going to go through the black market, which makes them expensive.
Costly. Mm-hmm.
And other equipment, and of course paying off people for information.
Right.
You can leave that there. Or you may additionally tap into the tower's funds to leverage that as well. However, the dots that you spend from there will then no longer be available for a month.
Right. It's an asset, but once used, it's going to be hard for it to accumulate back up. Or I have to be patient enough for it to accumulate back up.
Yep. Or, of course, spend it with the point that you will lose dots if you do.
Mm. Thank you, Allison. Again, you are a master when it comes to the financial situation of everything in this building.
Well, I do try my best, sir. But should you wish to call upon those, just let me know and I shall make the requisite calls to arrange the transfers.
Yes, of course.
Alright. It is getting late,
Yes, of course.
so I should I should head out. Of course, if there is anything that you need of me, feel free to call.
Have a pleasant night.
And you too as well. And she'll bow to the both of you and turn on her heel to leave.
Well,
Remind me not to mask off.
remind you not
I
to
don't
what?
think she likes
You
it.
need to speak up.
Remind me not to take my mask off in front of her. I don't think she likes it. Hell, I don't like it.
You will run across those who are going to gawk. Maybe even have some crosswords. Like, I can think of a few Toreador who might shoot you some nasty glances and maybe some curse words.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You will note that
Those-
nothing of her look was nasty or anything like that. It was just a little. She wasn't prepared.
Oh no, that's easy. It's funny. The Toreador. But when it genuinely bothers them like that, and they're kind of her. Like I know Toreador are gonna hate me. It's easy to prepare for.
For the last 7 years, Allison and I have worked very closely together, and it's only until you came into, the coterie that she's been introduced to Nosferatu. So I wouldn't take it personally. Actually, she's...
Oh no, I'm not upset with her. I don't know. I don't like the feeling I get when I see her uncomfortable. That's all.
I appreciate your care. You care about her feelings, which is admirable.
I've been told that I won't care forever, so while I do, I'm still going to try to be me.
Yes. Hang on to that.
Oh,
That's-
you know that all too well, Clayton.
The most
In
important
fact-
thing that you could possibly do is to hang on to that which grounds you in being yourself.
You know that all too well, Clayton, and it's perhaps you look at the reflective glass of the outside of this skyscraper, the window that looks over the city at night. It's such a beautiful sight. Maybe behind in Lucy's reflection on that glass for just a moment, instead of seeing her, you see a short, snaggletooth, sphinx cat looking individual just for a split second before it returns to the young woman standing before you.
Yes, hang on to that dearly.
I think we just gotta get me a better mask that's harder to take off. It'll make it easier to remember. I don't know, what kind of mask should I get? They use these kids that used to dance under a bridge when I was younger. They were like cyberpunk or cyber something. They kind of look like gas masks. Or like I could go with like the other lady, the Venetian thing, or something like that.
I would say
Or there was
something
this
that's
one
unique
comic
to
book.
you. Like, your style is more... And since they've come to the office, I'm sure they've dressed down and gotten into the usual garb. You're more of a hoodies and jeans sort of girl?
No. But this is just the easiest stuff to get. It also hides most of you. Blends in.
Alright.
You don't want to stand out.
Well, if that isn't your choice in the matter, pretty sure we know a Toreador who could maybe design something specific if we asked her to. I'm sure she'd love the challenge.
If you asked her. I don't know. She'll probably just hate me like all the rest of them.
No. I suppose therein lies the thing. There's only one way to find out.
Well, until then, if a sweatshirt and jeans isn't your preferred style, what is? And we could get you new clothes.
It would be nice to have some nice clothes, but generally if I'm have to do work, I have to dress like this. Like, do you, like, if you're in a fight or you have to jump really high in a short skirt, it's not, because then I have to have one hand holding it down. And, you know, I can't really fight good.
If you're jumping that high, are you really worried about propriety?
I mean,
Usually that's dire circumstances, don't you think?
Well, no, sometimes you just got to get up there because that's where the window is. And I don't want to show my ass to everybody.
No. I suppose not. Well,
As you two...
for parkouring,
ahead.
I suppose, jeans and a sweatshirt it is. But we are getting you a tailored dress for formal Elysium.
Okay, I don't mind. Like, I love dressing up. I used to. When I was human, I had way too many clothes.
None of that made it with you
But it was
from
the one.
Seattle?
Well, I would have had to go home to get any of them.
That's fair.
I didn't exactly want to see my family.
I suppose that's fair.
Well, I didn't want them to see me. Besides, they weren't all my real family. It was mostly just, there was one lady that was really nice to me, and one of my friends. I don't think I ever told you. I didn't have a normal family. I was in the system. I was like in foster homes and stuff for most of my youth. Well, I guess I can call it youth now, even though I haven't changed since then. It's been 20 years. I pretty much was just about to age out and have to find a new place when I became this.
Given your demeanor, I sort of guessed. But I wasn't about to pry.
Oh no, it's not something that I hide, but it's not something that I tell just anybody.
I'm on it.
As you two talk, and continue this little chat of yours, I would assume that you decided to hold this meeting at the tower, Clayton?
Yes, in my office. I have specifically soundproofed the entire thing over the last 7 years.
Mm-hmm.
No risk
That
of
you
the
have,
mortals in my employ overhearing.
Oh, very much so. And not only that, it's probably even gotten the impression of some of the fellow venture in the city that you have created a place of near perfect discussion, such as this.
And it's a
Because
rather
they're
large
one of the few
office.
Soundproofing, Faraday cage.
Mm, things of that nature. Yes, yes.
And it's rather large. It can house several individuals in here for private meetings.
We have two scenes I would like to get to before we go on break, and then when we come back, we'll do the coterie meeting. The first is our dear Toreador Valentina. You said that you wanted a meeting with the adjunct of beauty tonight.
That would be accurate, yes.
Well, you're lucky that you do indeed get such a meeting. And quite quickly, too.
Oh, very good. Before I head in, bit of a question.
Mhm.
What is this building that I'm entering? What does it look like? See, now I'm paying attention. Now I'm like, all right, what's in the scene? What am I looking at?
Mm-hmm. Building that you went into is a wonderful little restaurant by the riverside. It sits, you basically can look over at ground level over the city lights and the river itself as some of the last ferries and the city cats and their services for the day. And of course, in the distance, there are the lights upon the Victoria Bridge and the Story Bridge lighting the water.
Lovely. I assume this restaurant is filled with mortals? Or is it private?
Bottom level is filled with mortals, but as you go upstairs,
Beautiful.
the top side is empty, save for the tall, somewhat androgynous, very gothically dressed adjunct of beauty, Raven. He seems to be sitting there looking out over the city and enjoying something to drink that clearly is not blood.
Well, I suppose I should go ahead and introduce myself. Raven. Thank you so much for seeing me tonight.
Well, I'm always happy to take requests. Please come sit. If you want anything off the menu, feel free to order. On me.
I do thank you. Though I do have a meeting later tonight that might require a little bit more energy. Of a certain different kind. And though I am envious, you partake of such things. Regular food and drink.
I'm found that I'm able to. Something even back before I was as you see me now. Apparently the prince was able to do this too.
You can taste it.
Oh yeah. It doesn't taste like ash. Although I can't keep it in, I gotta get rid of it before sleep, because bad things happen otherwise.
Of course, but it is always the simple things, those little details about our lives when we were living, made it all worthwhile. You don't realize how much you miss it until it's gone. Admittedly, I think I perhaps miss sleeping the most. Genuinely sleeping.
Yeah, I can certainly sympathize with that. The day sleep is odd. It's not the same.
No. And she will go ahead and take a seat across from him, and she ponders it for a moment, whether or not she wanted to go ahead and actually try a wine. But all the while, the other part of her, the safe part of her, the side that is used to the obligations of court and appearance and whatnot, often demands that she doesn't have the opportunity to do so. And she knows she'll be meeting with the coterie soon. The coterie's demands come first. It's a small part of her that she's slowly lost over the years. And as she stated, she misses it. But she brings herself back into the moment, back to business and notes. All things considered, once again, thank you very much for allowing me upon your domain. It's been a great hospitality.
Frankly, it's just been good having somebody else around.
Well, that's curious why I phrase it like that. Are you alone out here?
Well, I mean, in a city-wise, no, the Nosferatu are always around, but I think between you and I, you would understand this the most. Nosferatu.
Yes. Yes, those ones. I've come into the accompaniment of one within this little coterie of mine. If it wasn't for her face, she'd be rather cute.
Oh, I suppose that is how it is, isn't it? It's all fine and dandy until you see the one part and then you're just concerned. Take the Primogen Twist, for example. He doesn't look all that bad until you get under the robes and find that his arm has like 36 different twists and joints in places that they shouldn't be.
Oh my god.
I mean, yeah, pretty funky looking, but you wouldn't believe how. I mean, I gotta look at it a little bit pragmatically. You wouldn't believe how freaky that can get in places like combat. You ever been backhanded by a dude untwisting his arm to slap you across the face?
No, and I don't intend to ever have to experience that, my dear.
It's freaky to see. But I mean, honestly, as far as your coterie goes, Lucy isn't that bad.
No, I mean, if you consider having a blender for a face, that not that bad, but that's beside the point. She's tolerable. I just don't have to look at her much, and she's quite tolerable.
Oh, and I was thinking that Malkavian? Was he Malkavian?
Yes,
I think he was Malkavian.
God, yes, it's the other one. The other one flaunts it. Just too much. I can't bear it anymore. My dear, this past night the Malkavians have been, as a whole, rather... Well, they've been what they are.
Okay,
I personally can't help it. It's just the Malkavians are Malkavianing again, and I can't handle it. Is what she's saying.
How do you mean?
Oh, what was his name? Mr. Sacks, was it? Yes. At Leo Elysium, I'm genuinely shocked what kind of reverence he was able to pull from the eyes of the court. It has me curious, to say the least. Perhaps, maybe even a bit intrigued, but every time I turn to consider him, he either gives a look or he says what he says. Some babble coming out of her mouth, and I can't... I wish it was ever of anything of consequence, but it never is.
Well, yeah, the Bible verse quoting and all of that. That's what he's doing.
Of course, and there is a certain vogue to it, right? There's a fact, well, I mean, God forbid, we're vampires. There is a certain fashion to quoting biblical propaganda to us, and of us. But I feel like there are limits, especially in political dealings. Unless, of course, you want to go ahead and stand yourself a principality of faith. But I don't see that as a part of this court here, at least not presently.
Oh no, you're pretty secular as far as things go. The religious stuff's normally left to the cities in Europe.
Quite. But speak of title. Keeper.
Ish. I don't formally have that title. I'm more a general advisor to what's left of the court to keep the tenets of beauty alive in the city.
Tenets of beauty. Do I know anything about what the tenets of beauty is? Because that is intriguing to me.
Yes.
Okay.
They're not like a hard to find set of rules per se, but the tenets of beauty that he's referring to is basically what Maylin's vision of beauty was for the city. Something that you, being of her bloodline, you do have a bit of an innate understanding of. Also, the fact that you've met her, so
yes.
So you're kind of aware of how it is that she thinks and what she finds beautiful. It's why, like, you know, all across the river in the center of the city on the south side is like restaurants and there's like performing art centers and stuff. It's very artsy. And then you have the northern side where you have the central business district, and just behind that you have a roaring entertainment district full of clubs and things of that nature. Basically, you have the business center of the city sandwiched by art everywhere.
Very good to know. Okay. I'm gonna assign homework to you as an ST.
Yeah, all good.
Since you're my ST, just send me what those are. If they're like strict codes or such. That's part of Valentina's.
Yeah, it's
goal.
not necessarily strict codes. It's just the idea is Malin was always a patron of the arts, and she forwarded that in any way that she possibly could. So she put a lot of money into places where people could perform, places where people could do things, and general beautiful places where people could then make their own art. So like places that are really photogenic and
So
stuff like that.
She was more focused on the classicals. Okay. In that regard.
Yeah, very much on the classical sides of things.
Right.
And him as the adjunct of beauty, as you've gathered, as he said, is basically to keep those tenets alive in the city, because he's no prince. Clearly, he doesn't have he's not the material to be any kind of prince. But this city has had one prince, and whilst the foundation of that rule still remains with the herald and the sheriff, besides him, there's not really, there hasn't really been another Toreador to pick that up to maintain those standards of beauty in a way that from someone who would actually get it, which is why he was given that title.
Okay.
Yeah, and he also kind of plays as a keeper of Elysium in that sense as well, because of the fact that the actual keeper is dead.
I have so many questions. I have so many questions. Okay. Well, keep her all the same, even if it is an informality. There is some substantiality to it. You are in a unique position as an advisor to what is, of the court. Of Selena as seneschal or prince, acting prince, and to our dear Sheriff Tredor and our dear Herald Velcost. Your word carries a weight in terms of what is believed to be the former prince's legacy.
Believed enough.
And my question to you in that front is how fair that burden, the weight of that. Where do you stand on it?
You see him kind of like look to the left, towards the building, like the inside, looks to the right out over the city. Between you and me, when the Venture are willing to admit that things aren't going well, this, it's a lot, and frankly, in my capacities, I serve the Herald and the Sheriff, the Seneschal, the acting prince. And you see him swallow.
Reasonable fear, yes.
She frightens me, and not in the way of being reverently fearful of her gravitas like I was with Prince Maylin, because she was scary too, but she was a respectable kind of scary. I mean, I'm not really the one to talk about that, but I mean, there were people that night where she took up her sword herself and went out to kill the invading Prince Sarkeesian when he showed up in the city. At least that's what I was told. I found out that little tidbit a little bit after the fact by a venture. But she was always respectful. There was something dignified about her at all times, even when she was terrifying. And she could make an entire room grovel like that. As an out of character point, Valentina would also know that you were aware of some of the things that Malin could do with the discipline of presence. One of the least of which was majesty.
Yeah, I was figuring that. Like as soon as you said it, I'm like, I can not quite do that, but almost do it.
Selena, the seneschal, she's a different kind of scary. It's like there's this short and diminutive, almost childlike frame has this shadow extending from it, this not even inhuman even by kindred standards thing. I mean, you look at us, right? When we're not, doing the thing with the blood and the blushing, right?
Of
And
course.
we even sometimes when we on our worst of days, we kind of look a little bit corpse-like. But she looks like something different entirely. She looks like something out of a horror movie, like something summoned from the abyss. There's this sense, this reeking of blood. And no one else can smell it, but I can smell it. She just smells like blood. And not good blood, like... Not the way that we smell blood like a good meal, like a bad blood, rancid blood. Like a stagnant pool of water and metal. And it's... It's these sorts of things where I don't have... I have to pretend I have faith, but I don't.
To be in a position of princedom, one must be of a position in which they can hold the title. My grandsire, Prince Maylin, I believe did so as a point of reverence, not just power, but honor, to some great degree. She earned it through the respect of the court, and without her, the respect is gone. And by consequence, we have a court devastated and divided. This has been, by no means, hidden from us, or from anyone for that matter. We must appear strong to the outsiders, but internally, we understand where our position has fallen to. Our dear current serving Prince Selena holds it with power, at least to my understanding, and it is well deserved in that. I shan't speak poorly of it, but power also has its limits, out of brute force and utility. And so, we find ourselves in a complex position. We must make arrangements and re-establish a trust in the foundations of the Ivory Tower. All the same, that is the purpose of the coterie. But it is also my purpose. It is my purpose here in Brisbane. You and I, both of us owe something to what Prince Maylin held at one point. Of that, I can only imagine what yours is. But I sense that it is there. Would I be wrong in that?
Go ahead and make me a charisma persuasion.
Oh, what? My best dice roll?
Oh, I know. What a surprise.
Shocking. Let me find my sheet. There it is. Do looks factor into this?
No.
Fair.
You are very pretty, and he's willing to admit that you're very pretty, but it doesn't hold sway over him.
Okay. He's more scared than he is seduced. Yeah, fuck it. I'll go ahead and willpower that.
Yeah, willpower.
I have 3 dice. I'll take 5. I'm happy with 5.
Okay. So, this roll wasn't necessarily to for him to try and hide anything from you, but it was to see if you had convinced him enough to share more.
Hmm.
I owe her everything. And he'd lift his shirt, and you'd be able to see that there is the remnants of an Ankh brand on his neck.
I'm going to say to the ST, given my past history in a couple different courts, it can be presumed that I would know what that means, right? Okay.
Yeah. He was thin blood. And that he was branded. Given how it is healed though and it is fading, clearly not so now.
Hmm. It was through her mercy that you have found countenance among the clan.
Yes. In a word. I once assisted a coterie in dispatching a member of the Sabbat. And for my part in it all, Prince Maelin offered said member of the Sabbat as a reward. Before that, I was the court's resident alchemist. This is why she even thought of it. However, my skills were, whilst powerful, were being outpaced by the court's requirements, and so she had something different in mind for me.
I see. I'm understanding now that per her decrees, such a mercy and such great service, she chose wisely. As expected. Haven, I have to ask. Let me figure out how to word it. Brain is burning.
Yeah, all good.
I don't have a very fancy way to say it, so I'm just going to say it how it comes about.
Yeah, all good.
I understand that perhaps to you and yourself, you prefer to keep. You have your own ambitions and goals, and now you have the liberation to perform such. But the position that you were in, I imagine, serves stifling. Prince Maylin chose you. She chose you to see you flourish within what was her court. And it is my goal to see to it that her legacies are upheld. Would you bear me the opportunity to assist you? That I should go ahead and relieve any burdens. You are granted liberations to go about what it is that you seek, your ambitions, your goals, your desires. And we support each other going forward. You have already shown me hospitality and grace, of which I have been very appreciative of. I want to bear and showcase the same.
Our goals are indeed aligned in that sense, and perhaps, yeah, I would be delighted to have you along for this ride.
I'm delighted to be a part of it. Then I have a plan already in mind. When I take root within the city, part of my immediate efforts usually is to establish a base of operations for my business and the brand. From there, usually, from there, I usually am able to construct a variety of opportunities and powers, so to speak. It is to my understanding there no longer exists a rack in this city. Your domain would prove the perfect position for which. We would share the power over it. Yes, go ahead.
There is one thing. There is still technically a rack. It still exists. It's just there's no one who rules over the domain that it's in anymore. As it was formerly on Prince Maylin's domain, but it's watched. Selena still watches it, but Club Faith is still in that sense. As a public hunting ground.
Club Faith. Intriguing. You say that's... Me, a Spectre, does not know whether to call Selena Prince or Seneschal at this moment.
She's kind of both, but neither. It's the same way. The title is weird.
Yeah.
In the court at the moment, because there is no formal praxis. So, if you believe in her as the acting prince, then call her prince. If you don't believe in that, then just call her the seneschal.
Then I guess I have to call her prince for the time being, and it is all about image. I need to call her prince, because if I don't call her prince, that implies there is no prince. I need to call her prince. Similarly, I need to call Raven keeper, because we need to represent a strong court. God damn it. This is this is a whole thing. Okay. All right.
Yeah, it is.
I'm just trying to think in the ways of like, all right, Valentina's whole thing is about the presentation and image and bringing together a unity in this, a zeitgeist. She's about the culture, right?
Oh yeah, no, I completely get that. It's why the greatest that's why I haven't set out any minefields for you as far as this is concerned, because the greatest minefield you could ever face on this front is the one that you create yourself.
Yeah. So, all right. I suppose I will have to ask Prince Selena about that circumstance and see what it is that currently is attributed to that. But my intent and goal is to move a proper feeding grounds here and under your supervision. While that may seem extensive, given all things, it would grant you a solid base of support and power. You wouldn't have to worry so much. I manage the details. And you take the front-facing face of it. It would be yours for all intents and purposes.
You want to move the rack here? I mean, it's not the worst idea in the world. This also used to be formerly Prince Malin's domain, and being in the southern entertainment district as we are instead of the northern one where Faith is, maybe it might move things a little closer to the action, I guess. The city is what's busiest, of course.
Of course. And it works perfectly for me to establish my own business handlings. Center of business, surrounded by art. Nothing better, truly. That said, you would get to have the larger say, the nature of which, I presume, your style garners to the darker effects.
That is very true. I suppose moving it here is probably not the worst thing in the world. The rents in the valley are high, and Faith, where it is right now, is slowly dying out, given there's a lot of
Conflicts, I take it.
not necessarily conflicts, it's just slowly dying.
It's a shame.
But I mean, if moving it here could revitalize that flower, then certainly I would assist.
And the greatest effects. What I ask for assistance in is to understand a bit more of what you understood in your alchemical dealings. I know it is far behind at this point, distant past, another lifetime, one might even say. But there is a knowledge and skill you attained there.
Yeah, I mean, I can teach. There's not really, you wouldn't necessarily be able to do anything actively with it. The thing about Vitae, right? Kindred Vitae, proper Kindred Vitae, not talking about thin-blooded Vitae, where these powers thrive and work, is that it's too thick. It's too viscous. It doesn't maintain things, and for as long as I have been as I am now, it's been surprising that I've been able to continue to do such things despite that thickness. But
Me as a player, I just like. Did I hear that right? What?
yeah, you
Do
did.
things despite. As an alchemy?
He can't learn any new formula anymore, but he can perform the ones that he knows.
That's fucking crazy. All right, I love that. All right, let's continue.
There's a reason. I'll tell you in break.
I figure there's a reason, but I'm just fucking perplexed. That makes everything so much cooler. Okay, protect this boy at all costs. Noted.
But I can. I mean, there are some things to gather from it, and I can teach you that. Maybe you might drag. Maybe there's some other thin blood out there who might be able to become another alchemist.
Perhaps.
And I mean,
Okay.
offering offering the red work up on a plate, it would get the thin bloods on your side.
And that would certainly drag them away from the ambitious anarchs along the borders.
Yeah, that's basically it. There are, I mean, Malin was always very kind to thin bloods, but even then, no small few joined the movement, and a couple still further decided to put their lot in with the Sabbat.
It's rather pitiable.
But if you could unite the ones still on the fence and pull them over, that would be... I couldn't even remotely say.
I think I have an idea for that. Many of them are caitiff. They don't have sires. They don't have anyone to attend to them, no one to mentor them, no one to educate them. I may know one. A shadow, so to speak.
Kinda how I was, but I fell out of that. For obvious reasons. But okay, I see where this is going. But if you want to talk about the rack with Prince, then I can organize a meeting.
I would be most appreciative of it, Keeper.
It won't be for a few nights yet. She tends to almost disappear for a few nights and then pop back up, but I'll let you know. But,
Very well.
And he'd offer his hand. If we have a deal, then.
We have a deal. And I offer my hands, and we shake.
Yeah. Such as boons are promised.
I'm very excited to be working with you moving forward, Keeper Raven.
Likewise, Miss Visage. I'm sure there are more things that you talk about before the meeting with the coterie, but there's one last scene I'd like to get to before we go on a little break. Jen. You're muted.
I'm aware.
So, I'd like you to make a choice for me.
All right.
Would you like to go see your sire? Or would you like to make your way to the church? You could do one or the other, but you could do one or the other before the meeting with the coterie, but not both.
Oh, they're both so tempting. Both of them are extremely in character, but you said you had something for the church, so me as a player, I'm inclined to do something for that.
I have plans for both, so it's up to you.
Oh no, someone flip a coin. All right, hold on. Give me a sec. Oh, I accidentally exit out of the game. Hold on. I can't flip a coin if I'm not there. We're professionals, guys. All right,
Professional players.
I'm gonna roll a D2. 1, I'm going to the church, or 1, I'm going to my sire, and 2, I'm going to the church. The church has been chosen.
Okay.
The dice say apparently it's time for me to get thrifty. Dark matter. Oh boy, that's a song.
I just saw
This
Coffee's
music
face.
is real ominous.
Look, this track is trauma coded to other tabletop games, okay? It's fine.
That's fair.
It's why we like it.
Ashton, you make your way to one of the cathedrals in the center city. St. Stephen's Cathedral. Normally, it's not open at this time of night, but sometimes they do night masses and other such things. And it is in the main hall, lit by Technicolor through the stained glass, that you find yourself.
Yeah. Hell yes.
What are you doing?
Well, you know, I used to detest these sorts of places. I learned through prior group of mine that religions such as these were archaic and too binding. And yet now I've learned that that binding is what keeps people tied to their moralities. And one's morale is the most important thing they can have when they're one of us. Keeps you tethered to the soul. I've met a group of people, new runaround I have to deal with, and, well, I don't know how to socialize very well. It's been a while since I've been part of a proper group. counsel with the Lord in all thy doings, and he will direct thee for good. And so it is here that I must find myself. He'll give me a sign. I must know how to peruse, pursue, and navigate this. Because last time I was part of a group, I wasn't exactly the greatest person. But those days are behind me. At least I try to keep them behind me. I'm here
So
for
you do.
guidance. Go on. Sorry.
So you do. Is it that you pray?
I mean, I'm within the Holy Father's home, am I not? If I were not to pray, I wouldn't exactly be very holy, now would I?
Of course. Ashton,
Yes.
please make me a resolve aspects.
Oh, hell yes. I assume you are pulling from a certain power here. Let me looky here.
Oh, I am. Most certainly I am.
Do you need me to rouse for this, or are you just giving it to me
No,
for free?
nope. The ST gold ones are free.
All right.
It's if you want to do it yourself, you have to rouse, but the ST
Okay.
gold ones are always free.
All right. I know exactly what you're wanting me to do.
Yeah.
Y'all, it's a crit. It's a crit,
The Lord,
y'all.
It's a messy crit at that.
the Lord is with me. You see that? You see that? That's I succeeded on all dice. That is, the Lord
You
is
did.
with me, everyone.
Now the question here, Ashton, is do you want to let this stand, or do you want to try and willpower that 10 into a regular success?
Let's try to willpower one of those tens to a regular success.
You
I
can
have
only
enough.
you can only willpower one. You can only willpower 110. The other one's in your
That's
hunger die.
yes. That's what I'm saying. Like
Yeah.
I'm going
Go
to
ahead.
expend a willpower to do so.
Go ahead.
Because I have 6 willpower to play with. Okay, it brings it down to
5.
what, 5?
Success.
That's
5
still good.
5 successes. Certainly it is, and isn't anywhere near as damning as what the messy crit would have been. Ashton, you pray, saying these epithets to the Lord under your breath. It's a faux pas to pray aloud in an empty church, and you know this. At least if you're not a member of the clergy.
I'm certainly
And
not as much as I would like to be.
as your eyes are closed, there are images that form in your mind. The first thing you see is yourself, but not the way that you see yourself now. No. As you were before you stared for long into the abyss. you delved into the mysteries of your bloodline, the direct child of Malkav, the Unco, a seeker of knowledge, of darkness. You stand. This image of you stands upon a plinth. With a hand offered at each side to you. One being a hand of light, although it's not warm, it's cold and unforgiving. The other one is of blood and fire. There are hands that grab at you from beneath, hands of blackness. And there is what stands above. A statue of an angel with a scythe in its hands. Over, holding you to it. It is only for a few moments you get to ponder this image before a second one resolves into your view. The image of the people you call your coterie mates. And yourself, as you are now. Clayton seems to be made of some kind of stone. Maybe marble or something of the like. There is a pulsing, deep fracture within the otherwise pristine surface. You see Valentina, beautiful in her way, not wearing clothing, but nude with vines covered in thorns wrapped around her form, not revealing anything to you. But it seems that they all dig into her flesh. And from each puncture wound runs a river of blood. Most of all being the ones that this vine that wraps around her neck. You see a young girl. She can't be older than 15, 16. She's not someone you recognize. Not actively, anyway. But she's on her knees, curled in the fetal position. And as you pay attention to her arms and legs, you see that there are bruises. As if she's been in a fight. Next, you see a tall, elongated figure, limber and twisted. Her limbs wrapped around themselves and around her in this macabre Gordian knot. And finally, you see an angel. Wings of pitch. Third eye crowning this being's forehead. And all three weeping a black ichor. And then there's you. As you are. You yourself are fine, but the shadow you cast over these other beings extends forever. The blackness seeming to twist with jeering faces and malicious intent. And there's one other thing that appears for just a moment. It is this vision of horror. This worst case scenario come to pass. You smell burning, you see fire, you hear screaming. And laughter. Twisted laughter. And you sense and feel the thirsting of something beyond you, but it is only for the briefest moment that you feel that. Before you feel a hand on your shoulder. And as you turn, your brain snaps you out of your imagery. And you see a familiar face, smiling down to you gently, warmly. You seem deep in thought. What so plagues thy mind, my son? And you see it's Father Dresden.
I am asking the will of thine father to show me the current path that he has set me on. The curiosities are growing deeper and deeper. The signs are present, but the road is obscure. Not dirt nor stone, but sand.
You will note that he doesn't he's not really also paying attention to the fact that you do look very pallid right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I should probably blush of life a bit, shouldn't I?
You can blush. You see that
Okay.
he's not
Sorry, getting hungry.
necessarily paying attention to that, so you haven't broken the masquerade or anything like that, especially since you're alone otherwise.
Just to be sure, though,
Sure.
be on the safe side, and I
You
will get
you
hungrier.
you certainly get hungrier, and you will the blood into some form or function of making you not look like a grossness. But
He has given me new companionship. And Father, I must be honest with you when I say that I have not had such things in such a long time.
so you worry. Are you afraid that you're lost? Perhaps. Or that certain morbidities that you possess will drive you down a path that you wish not to follow.
There is a road I wish not to retread again, but it was last within that I was in company, that path I took was taken. Caution needs to be taken so I do not retread upon old stones, and it is that in which I am fearful. Not fearful, perhaps, of being lost, but fearful of resurgence or regressing instead of progressing.
You are afraid of relapse.
Yes, Father. That would be the correct. That would be it.
I understand. You are afraid. But there is something that tells me that when you're forced to confront this path again, and you will, that you will handle it differently. You'll handle it better than you did the last time.
I have you
In
and
this,
the Lord to thank for that.
I simply preach and speak as I shall from my father's holy book, my son. All I do is share with you the word. it is up to you to digest it, make meaning of it, because whilst I can purport its meaning to you in any number of different ways, true understanding only comes from the digestion of such things. But it speaks to me and says to me that you're worried. You're afraid of what lies in the dark. The things you know and the things you don't. And to that I say, step boldly. Show yourself to be what I know you can be. And that should you be pressed to commit sin, that you confess and find absolution.
He nods. The light will guide me through the darkness, as it has for some time. I should not fear the unknown. I should believe in thine will to persevere and overcome.
Then a scripture for your consideration.
Yeah, throw it back at me.
The Lord is mine shepherd, I shall not be in want. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside quiet waters. He restores my soul. He guides me in the paths of righteousness for the sake of his name. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil, my cup overflows. Surely goodness and mercy will follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Amen.
Psalm 23. Yes.
You've been reading.
I have since I arrived here. It's kept me peaceful. It is that peace in which is why I came here and left the abode overseas. And I am reminded almost constantly how right of a decision that was.
It is interesting you say that. With the words on the wind. You find peace in a time of great turmoil, it seems. And though you may consciously disagree with that notion, there is a certain deep down part of you that agrees. Maybe it's that voice inside your head talking, maybe it's something a little bit deeper, that just that slight hollowness that you've always felt since staring into the abyss for the first time. The indelible mark that left on you, but there is beauty in this chaos. There is peace in this chaos. And perhaps there is a quiet, not necessarily overwhelming, maybe not even truly present, but this quiescent quasi-desire to perpetuate rather than assuage. Just to see what happens.
You say there's turmoil. I don't exactly get out very often. So what do you mean by turmoil?
There is many a soul that comes to the church these nights, these days, looking for succor. They seek refuge. The world around them has become unbearably harsh and unforgiving. And not more than a few people have found themselves with their lives completely upended. Perfectly self-sufficient one moment and near destitute the next.
Mulls it over, unsure of which his thoughts that he is currently thinking are appropriate to voice aloud. I see. I suppose you are right. It does seem like the devil and his fingers have been more present on the oncoming years.
And apparently nary more so than the last few nights. He gently pats your shoulder. I must return to my duties, but stay as long as you wish.
I thank you, Father. I think I have received the answers I've been looking for. He'll do a polite sort of like head bow to him.
Then know that the Lord is with you wherever you may go. And Father Dresden would give Ashton a smile before turning on his heel and go to tend to some things.
Asher would stand a bit after that, thinking back on his visions. And as he leaves, he's mulling over his knowledge of religion to try and find parallels between the visions and different sorts of religious texts.
Go ahead and make me a either intelligence occult or intelligence academics if you've got the right specialty.
I do have religion and academics, although my occult is a lot better than my academics.
Then you may choose which pool to use.
Alright, I'll do intelligence occult. My god. It wants me to be
This bro messy
tonight.
crit again!
That's 6. Are you gonna let it stand?
This one I will, because I want answers. I want...
Very well. You ponder these things exiting the church and having a look at the time. It is getting closer and closer and closer to when you need to meet the coterie at Clayton's office. So you head in that direction. It's not too far of a walk. As you do, though, you ponder these things. The imagery that you saw. And perhaps it's the first one that the first and the third image that most captures your mind. The first one, the hands of darkness reaching up to you. Well, you could figure that those are the hands of the abyss, the thing that has laid claim to what's left of your soul. Of the two hands offered to you, they strike the evoke the imagery of divinity. But not in a way that is kind, in a way that is cold and wrathful. In the terms of the light and of the blood, it is warm, but sickeningly warm. It's a unpleasant, sticky warmth. And then, of course, the statue of the angel with the scythe. Imagery of Azrael, the angel of death. That's not what unsettles you, though. What unsettles you is that third image, the burning and the screaming and the thing that you saw for only a moment before Father Dresden interrupted you. It is there's only one thing you can liken that to, and that is apocalypse. Not necessarily the biblical apocalypse, but apocalypse.
An apocalypse, yeah.
And it is these feelings you feel the fire again. And you look down as the streetlight casts your shadow off into the street, and you see your shadow smiling back at you. This twisted grin. Ashton,
Yes.
you were going to take a compulsion.
I'm going to take compulsion. Oh boy.
Yes, you are. You're going to take a compulsion.
Oh boy. I'm gonna have to go to my my little haven soon, looks like. Which do I receive?
You're going to take the clan compulsion of delusion.
Oh, Lord have mercy. This is about to get interesting.
So
Also means all of my
Du- during-
physical pools are going hits
during
up.
yep, during the next scene, you will suffer a 2 dice penalty to all rolls involving dexterity, manipulation, composure, and wits, as well as a -2 dice pool to terror frenzy.
Oh, heavens.
Your bane also triggers.
Yep, so my physical dice pools are about to get fucked too, yeah. That's fine.
How does this manifest? Explain to me as your mind is pulled into its own little world of delusion. How does your body respond?
My body. Oh boy, let me tell you something about this. My body.
is what I
Look, listen. I'm already an ugly motherfucker. Okay. Let me tell you. When crosses start to appear on your body, it's when shit gets real funky. You know. Luckily he's clothed. But there is a branding of a cross across his chest. Perhaps he gets a bit skinnier.
And it racks you with pain.
The holy symbology that he relies so heavily upon, casted upon his body, pains him greatly. Isn't that ironic?
So you are at a -2 to any roll for the next scene. You are at a -2 to any roll involving strength, stamina, manipulation, composure, wits, and -2 on rolls for terror frenzy. You are -4 on any roll involving dexterity.
Oh yeah. Listen, a prophet has to take some sort of equivalent exchange for such things. Because in his mind, somewhere in the back of his head, a very quiet part he likes to try to keep at bay. Sees himself a prophet.
And I think as everyone will slowly make their way towards slowly make their way towards the coterie meeting. Judge, I would say for your part during all of this happening, you were likely trying to get a mixture of trying to get in contact with Justin and trying to get into contact with your contacts in the police department in order to use your influence. And we'll figure out the results of that a little bit later. But as you all make your way to Clayton's office for this meeting, this coterie meeting, we're going to take a little break. So we'll be right back, everybody. See you soon.
Your bitch.
Back, everybody, to Brisbane by Night Hellfire. When we last left off our coterie, they were making their way to a meeting so they could actually talk through what it is that they had heard this evening and sorted out some personal things alongside. Some needed some revelations, others just some food. You all convene in the office of Clayton Wellsworth, the soundproofed, technologically secured room that Clayton seems to run all of his operations from. The coterie is assembled. You're all in the same room at the same time. By all means, have at.
He'll start off by explaining. Just feel free to be as candid as you'd like. This room, you will not have surprise visitors in. Or surprise ears, or surprise eyes. Nothing gets into this room without my say-so.
On that cue, Judge would actually like to use Sense the Unseen just to make sure.
Sure, alright. Go ahead and make me a wits or specs, Judge.
Learning from last time. Okay. Let's see. I'm curious. Probably. Can I raspberries? I don't know how to get raspberries. What?
You can.
Okay. Might as well. Oil play. Okay.
That's 4.
Hmm. Yeah.
Alright. So, Judge, you let your preternatural senses spread across the room to see if you are indeed alone. And you are. There are no, asides the 6 of you, there are no other active presences in this room. But there is something
Active.
you do. There is something you do see, and it's not a listening in. It's not like an actual presence. There's not someone else in the room with you, but there is an imprint, and you notice it in the reflection of one of the windows. you see a relatively short figure. By the looks, clearly Nosferatu, although, again, there's only one Nosferatu in the room and it's Lucy, but there is an image of another Nosferatu in the window. As if passively, not watching, just there. It doesn't seem to move. It just seems to be like an after image, an imprint.
Concerning.
Yes, a relatively short figure. Looks a little bit like a Sphinx cat. The snaggletooth. And you get another feeling too. You looks like a Nosferatu, but feels just a little bit like Ashton.
Oh.
At least that's the closest you could liken it to. But there are no other there are no other active listening presences in the room. There's only you six.
Mr. Wellsworth. Out of curiosity, have you ever dealt with any other Nosferatu in this place?
I've had meetings with all sorts.
Hmm. Seems like something left its impression here. But you are right that we are the only ones technically here.
Well, there's no technically about it. We are the only six here.
Yeah. Seems like whatever Nosferatu that was here left their impression here. A Sphinx-looking one? Yeah.
That reminds you of someone, Clayton.
Hairless cat.
Yes, it does.
But that someone was never in this room. Not even once.
Never.
Hmm.
Can I call for a roll from Volvo?
Sure.
ahead.
So if you want to insight check Clayton right
Yeah.
now,
Yeah, I would. I'm kind of curious.
I'm gonna roll a composure check of some kind, because
Compose your subterfuge, please.
I assume what's insight?
Yep. Wits insight versus composure subterfuge, because you're trying to keep calm and not show,
yes.
Clayton, whereas Volvo, you're trying to pierce the veil, as it were. Haha, band reference.
I was just about to say that.
We've got 2 dice on the subterfuge versus.
I'm not the best at this. I'm aroused for this because I'm curious.
Man, spending
Okay.
blood.
Nah. I'm gonna keep it like it is though. I'm not gonna rouse. Fuck it.
Also, we just got a Hero Zone raid.
Yo,
shit.
Maddie!
Yeah.
Yo! Hi, guys.
Yeah.
Actually,
might.
that is a thing I must note.
Yeah. Nah, I'm not.
Everyone smells blood. Lightly, faintly, but everyone smells it.
Can I tell where it's coming?
And that'll be a wits awareness. Because you did do
Man,
it. Because you did do a thing. You
Oh yeah,
just-
since the unseen.
Yep. It's not like weeping. It's just very slightly welling up, but it is enough to put a smell into the room.
Would my specialty come into play?
Yes, it would actually.
So I was
And
thinking.
2 successes. You're on the attack, Judge. So you're winning this currently.
Mm.
And 4. Okay. So I'll answer that in a second. We'll just finish this contest first. So currently it's 2 versus 2. Judge is winning. Are
When
there
you-
to be any expenditures of willpower?
I think Clayton will. He doesn't want to play his cards all at once.
Mm.
It's
Nope.
still 2. So you don't even need to spend willpower if you don't want to judge.
Yeah, I'm gonna use my willpower for later.
Alright. Then I'll describe what happens in this moment. Judge, you speak of these things, and whilst Clayton's trying to keep a straight face, his the issue is that unswayable mind doesn't come into thing here because he's not trying to enforce another opinion on him or trying to persuade him to do anything. He's just trying to see through a bluff. Yeah, trust me, if it did, I would have definitely called it out, but this is the one time that unswayable mind fails, and unfortunately, Clayton's not good at subterfuge otherwise.
No, he's
So-
not a great liar.
So, you see, Judge, that Clayton recognizes the description you're giving. Recognizes who that might pertain to. Lucy, as you sniff around the room a little bit, the smell is very faint, but you can tell that the smell of blood is coming from Judge. That's all you can get.
Where is everybody sitting right now?
Clayton's at his desk, kind of in the midst of the room.
So I would assume that everyone else would be around the desk, sitting around the desk.
Yeah, there's chairs at the desk. There's a couple of sofas across from each other with a coffee table. It's a pretty spacious office.
It's a big office, yes.
Where would Judge be sitting?
Go on, sorry.
Judge will probably be sitting on a couch somewhere.
Sitting on one of the
Oh, one of
sofas.
the
Okay.
couches.
Yeah, and that they would probably be to, if you're sitting at the desk, Lucy, they'd be to your left. Like behind you, slightly to your left.
Okay. I'm gonna get over and kind of skip over and sit next to Judge.
Okay.
Yeah,
You
you
move
say
over to
so.
sit next to Judge. You move over to sit next to Judge.
Now, you're not calling him a liar, are you? Why do I smell blood? And she's going to, like, take her mask off and just look at him.
Valentina, you get
Yeah, no, I'm just looking away. Like, well, I was watching this little game play out, but force my eyes back to the scene because I'm fascinated. Yes, why don't you share with the class, Judge? What is this cloying sense?
Sadly, it is part of my nature. If you want to go with that.
Well, when I was living, it was part of mine as well, but you'll have to elaborate. I'm sorry. It begins.
Periscope.
First of all, ew,
Amazing.
we don't do that anymore.
Dear, I don't think you did it in the first place.
I am not that young.
Could have fooled me.
ST, is there a roll I can make to determine this before he says it?
It's gonna be intelligence occult, but the difficulty's gonna be massive.
Alright. Well, luckily for me...
I'm sorry, Volvo.
Would this count? I mean, there's blood involved. Does this count as a blood occult check?
No.
No? Okay.
No.
Alright. Volvo, if I'm the one to call you out, I apologize, but not really.
I'm curious and get it, so, I'm fine with this.
That's currently a no.
No? Okay.
The difficulty is high.
Okay. Let me do this then. Give me a second.
Okay.
It just smells of this if you've recently fed us all.
You just beat the difficulty. Because it was difficulty 7.
Ooh.
I like how Clayton's trying to pass it off. Like, yeah, this is normal, but the salubri blood, it does not smell like a recent feed.
No, it doesn't. And you can feel it in your gut, Clayton. Ashton.
Yeah.
You've heard tales of tales of tales. That there is a very rare, some call them a clan, some call them a bloodline, but a very rare group of vampires known as the Salubri. And their entire deal is that they're healers for the most part. Healers and warriors, although sometimes they get accused of stealing souls. And you know that their weakness, their bane, much like how the Nosferatu have the curse of their disfigurements, and Toreador have their picky nature when it comes to their surroundings. The Salubri are possessed of a third eye somewhere on their body that weeps with their vitae whenever they use vampiric abilities. And such vitae, if it's tasted, is so addicting that it compels the one who's taken a sip to continue drinking until they are either pulled off or cannot anymore. Additionally, the smell can also trigger a hunger frenzy in vampires that are hungry enough.
Okay.
Speaking of, nobody here is hunger 4, right?
Nope.
Nope.
Hunger 1.
Yeah,
On purpose.
Mr. Judge person. The was it Primogen lady called you a Cyclops or some kind of mythical shit like that. Now I've heard for things that smell blood when people get really hungry, and that's really rare. But I've also heard people use blood for weapons, and that's kind of rare too, and a special thing. You're not stupid enough to getting ready to be attacking us or anything, are you? And she's just going to kind of like tilt her head and start at you.
Mm.
What do you mean it's in your nature?
Personal space, little child, if you don't mind.
Yes.
One.
Miss Lucy, dear, why don't you come sit near me? It's quite fine. Judge is a trustworthy compatriot to our troop.
One
I'm just going to look over at Clayton.
is in my clan's nature, sadly, when we use gifts, let's say. And as the Primogen called me, I am a Cyclops. That is one of the terms used.
I thought those were supposed to be like really
Cool.
big and have one eye. You have 2 eyes. How does that work?
Well, that wouldn't exactly be correct. He technically has 3, but
Technically.
Just going to
Well,
like
as
start
you-
squinting at you really hard.
As you can currently tell, I'm not usually with the one with 3 eyes on the forehead and all that kind of shit. Mine is placed on the chest, which is more than likely what you are smelling. Sadly, I usually wear multiple layers just to mitigate the bloodletting.
Well,
Okay.
it's not staining your clothing.
Okay, so. Okay. Now, that's true. She's gonna kind of put her mask back on. I'm sorry. I kind of sometimes. I'm sorry. I was worried that getting ready to do something. I'm used to trying to protect people, and that's what I'm supposed to be doing here. And I'm sorry. And she's gonna kind of
It's alright.
like she'll go over and sit next to Valentina like she asked her to, and kind of like cross her hands in her lap.
No slight taken. It's understandable. But my profession, in all regards, are to save lives, not really take them. Though I can, in dire situations.
As I imagine that most of us can.
Correct.
So, in regards to this particular meeting, the reason that we are all gathered here is to pool our knowledge and our resources and see where it is we stand and what it is we need to prepare further. So, I've already started a bit of funds gathering, as I'm sure that there's a number of things that we may need to purchase in the immediate future in order to make our investigations that much easier on ourselves. So, that's already started. And we should have liquid assets within the night.
Ah, very good. So what would you have us begin with, Dr. Wellsworth? What is your intent?
Well, it seems that we came to a consensus when speaking with the Scourge and with the Primogen that we would be visiting southward. We would be visiting the south of the city and ultimately maybe involving going to the Gold Coast to do some investigating there as well. However, in the Scourge and Primogen's words, the areas are very dangerous, in which everyone of a kindred has been evacuated from the areas. So, going there is suspect to be rather treacherous. So, with that being said, my intention is to prepare us for such investigations by having means to defend ourselves. So,
Lucy's going to raise her hand.
yes, Miss Lucy.
If we're going south, some of us are really quick and we can kind of get out of the way. But if you're not, maybe we should definitely get some, shit, they're not bulletproof vests, but they're stab vests. The things they like, because that one guy with the crossbow. Because most of the time guns, we don't have to worry about that. Because it hurts, but won't kill us, and we can run away. But if we get shot with an arrow, that's wood, and maybe some of you might want.
It's a good thought. Anybody else have insights?
In that regard, I could work a bit of my influence to get us some protective gear from the police. It would be high quality and it would be good use to us.
Well, I don't know about protecting others, but I can at least guarantee that I have some sort of protection from beyond the grave, but I'm not sure how you guys would feel about me using such tools.
If it helps us in activities, I don't see why we shouldn't utilize it.
Well,
The tools you've got, then you.
well then get used to dealing with ghosts and spirits, because that's sort of my thing.
Wait, those are real?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Another time,
Yeah,
you guys got to tell me all the stuff that I thought was fake when I was human. What is actually real now? Because the more I find out, kind of weirder and cooler it gets.
A lot of mythos is based on truth.
Really?
Yes.
If it exists in fiction, it's likely real.
Unicorns?
That I don't have substantial proof on.
Well, that means Pegasus might. Oh, side note. He can get you police stuff. I know people that if you need something that you can't exactly go into a regular store, that's on the illegal side, I know people that can get stuff like.
As do I, so we've got 2 points of contact for that, at least.
Probably know the same people.
Fascinating.
Maybe.
If I might interject a suggestion.
Please.
We have very limited understanding and information regarding what the threats are and what their methodology is. The most that we have is that there is a man with a crossbow. And as it stands, that in of itself is negligible. Easily worked around when it comes down to it.
A singular man, yes. A singular man with backup, possibly not.
Or
Well,
it is more. Go ahead.
Oh no, it's okay. You finish. I can ask this after.
It is more than likely that the old society of St. Leopold is in that area down there. It fits the actions of the one with the crossbow. So if there's one, there's more than likely multiple.
I'm not familiar with the
Leopold.
society of St. Leopold. Could you fill in all of us what that actually means?
So, in that sense, there's the Second Inquisition. But before that, there is also the Society of St. Leopold that is technically older than the Second Inquisition. Some would even call it the First Inquisition. Think of their methods older and more extreme. That's it.
Well, when you're dealing with saints and religion, people usually kind of get crazy and fanatic.
Ashton just sort of like shifts a bit as you say that.
Actually, Ashton, because you
Yeah.
have the specialty, can you please roll me an intelligence academics?
Sure. That's
Because-
2.
Okay. You're pretty well read on the history and the history and theology of Christianity and its various denominations. You're aware of the Inquisition, although your mind first goes more to the Spanish Inquisition.
Yeah.
And things like the Crusades and things like that. But you're not aware of any Saint Leopold.
But largely another group of hunters, similar to the Second Inquisition, which is primarily based out of the Americas.
Well, I believe it would behoove us to understand a little bit more about the modern operations before we make any sort of investments in our defenses. The time, intent, and purpose is in general. We don't have a full understanding of the supposed enemy that we would be facing out there. There wouldn't be any point in investing in any defenses if those defenses in turn end up useless. So let's take in the information that we do have and start from there, shall we? We know that there is a lot of activity occurring down there. To my understanding, riotous. What's going on amongst mortal kinds in South-Southwest? Beyond just the Society of St. Leopold, while that is in of itself a wonderful point to start with research. What else is there?
So, as it stands currently, from my contacts, all of the gangs and organizations that are on the south side are currently in a cold war. And it's not just one or two, it is all of them. Someone or something has riled all of them up, which is throwing off many different things and people down there, causing a bit of a cold war, which is also having the police run around and waste resources by the fake tip-offs and calling in of different locations. It is more than likely that the police are setting up for multiple raids later in the week. I am further investigating the police side. I am waiting to hear back from a few contacts to see who is cataloging this information within the police to figure out potentially who is manipulating them.
Well, I'll be damned. More than one rat indeed.
That does bring up something that the Primitive said. Something about puppeteering. That they're all mindless puppets, I think is how she put it.
I
Perhaps
don't recall that.
that's an angle worth investigating, at least.
If I
Lucy
might
will raise
be
her
so
hand again.
bold.
So, go ahead.
There are many ways of which that puppeteering could transpire. While immediate thoughts would direct me to powers within my own clan, others would inquire one familiar to yours, Dr. Wellsworth. And, of course, there is always nature of the blood itself.
It is entirely possible that the nature of another kindred can be manipulating such animosity between all of the varying gangs and such of the south side of the city, to the point where they're in turn manipulating the police to be as active as they are, or it could be vice versa. They're activating the police to rile up the gangs. But I don't think
good enough. Oh, sorry, go on.
I don't think that the direction in which it's going is necessarily super important. It's just that they are active on the gang side and the police side, and we could get caught in the crossfire.
Miss Lucy, what was your question?
No, I had an idea. So we need to investigate all these, right?
Mm.
And she's going to look over at Skye. Skye, you know the kind of people I know. Are you fast or can you sneak around?
I can do both.
She's going to just kind of start clapping. Cool. Okay. What if me and you go down and try to work over and see what we can find out? Go over everybody that we know. Because me and you can get away.
Oh, promised my guy I'd do that anyway.
Okay.
Putting a real damper on his business.
I don't know if you can fight either, but short of something really, really dangerous, I'll protect you. Don't worry.
She's just gonna get this grin on her face. Oh, just you wait and see, little one.
You're going to see the like her like cheeks go up. You can tell that she's obviously smiling behind the mask. Hey, that could be fun.
It's an idea. Though, of course, as Dr. Wellsworth mentioned, could potentially put you in the crossfire. And the other consideration is that it could potentially also tip off perceived theoretical enemy, an ideological foe. So if I might make a proposition. Look, don't touch. Find me a name, and I will bring them to me. And trust that I know how. Between myself and Judge and Dr. Wellsworth, the three of us are quite familiar with this.
Okay. That's fine. I've had to ask people in not nice ways about stuff before, but we were there yet, so I'm not worried about that. I didn't plan on touching anybody unless they tried to touch us first. Mostly I wanted to probably talk to people, and I don't want them to see us go in or out, so nobody will know we were there.
Good. That is preferred.
Ideal.
Don't start any fights, don't get into them. Now, Mr. Sacks.
Yes.
On the matters of religion, perhaps you can aid Judge in the meantime with investigating this Society of St. Leopold. You mentioned that spirits is something you are familiar with. The Primogen, if I recall right, has made a point about something of a supernatural nature.
Mm.
We need to know more of what that nature is.
So lethality.
Mhm.
Given that I have been topside the longest in this city, what do I know about, local supernatural fauna?
That's a good fucking question. Yeah.
Local supernatural fauna. Yes. Okay. So I'm going to give you a little blurb now.
Okay.
And then I'll have you roll to get a bit more.
Okay.
So, first things first.
Given I'm from
You know that
Brisbane.
you know that the primary supernatural fauna here in Brisbane is vampires.
Mm.
They are the dominant. You know that there were stories once, a long time ago, before you were sired, like as a child even, of the lupines, werewolves, but they have not been seen in many years.
Many years? Are we talking tens, decades?
Yeah, talking a couple decades.
A couple decades, okay.
For more, I would need you to roll me an intelligence occult,
Oof.
and I will let you add 3 dice to this.
Oh, that's gonna
due
help.
to the fact that you are due to your extant knowledge and workings of the occult as it concerns Brisbane.
Mm.
I.e., you have experience on this field that isn't reflected in general skill.
I'm going to rouse for this. I want to sound smart.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't get hungrier.
You
Hell
do
yeah.
not. Certainly you don't.
I'm rolling it right now. He said intelligence occult +3.
Intelligence occult +3.
Ooh, actually, I forgot to roll my rouse dice. Haha.
That's already 6.
I'll roll 2 more. That's crit. I was fishing for more.
You got a crit!
I know. I'm fishing for more.
You know what? That's actually good because there was something that I was only going to share on a critical win.
Ooh.
Because you needed a critical win. Clayton. You don't know of the South, it's the South. The general South. It's normally just vampires as far as that goes, and as I said, werewolves haven't been seen here in at least 25, 30 years. If not longer. But there is a matter of that blackout spot in the southwest. The Primogen mentioned Mount Kutha.
Yeah, that did strike me as odd.
And how kindred who normally get uppity around that area, Mount Kutha Tuwong, normally go missing. You've heard stories of preachers making their home there. They look human in all respect, but they're not.
Do I know what the locals call them?
The locals don't really say a lot.
Hmm. And how old are they?
The locals don't really. They stretch back to the founding of the city.
Hmm.
Some of these stories come from Mei Lin herself when she first arrived. But they perpetuate even into the modern nights.
Something else the Primogen said. Mount Kusa. Stories tell, as old as the city is, of creatures that look human but aren't human. And of course, as the Primogen said, kindred disappear, going anywhere near there. That could be one of the things that's roaming the streets as of right now. My initial thought was lupines, but they haven't been heard from in decades.
Well, I might have a way of investigating the mountain without physically being there. I can send parts of my shadow off to go do some, I think people call it spy work.
Shadow?
Yes, my shadow. I can give part of it life and, well, it can tell me what it sees.
So you're saying you're a more fucked up version of Peter Pan?
If I got that reference, I would probably agree with you.
How have you
How
not
can you
heard
not know
of?
who Peter Pan is?
I was about to ask the same damn question.
Look, even the
I-
old one knows who Peter Pan is. Thank you very much.
I lived a very sheltered lifestyle.
Clearly.
Did they not have books?
Not the kind you'd want to read, trust me.
Well,
More to the point, if that is something that you can indeed do, it would be pretty invaluable, actually.
quite.
Well, between my shadow and spirits, that is another thing that I can command, our spirits.
You can command spirits.
Yes. I can summon them, command them, and I
Well-
can host them.
Oh, you're not one of those Hekata, are you?
No, I'm not Hakata.
Great. You just have just as many I suppose games as they do.
My particular bloodline may or may not have connections with the Hakata, but myself, no, I am not Hakata.
The Hakata.
Oh, that one is for another time, dear. In short, they are.
The Clan of Death, as they're
Thank you.
called.
Thank you, Dr. Wellsworth.
Yes.
Valentina, it's taking everything within you to not say the word corpse fucker.
It
out loud.
really is. That's literally it. She's like, I don't know
So,
how to
like-
put this in any nice way.
I'm guessing they're creepy, kind of like he's kind of creepy.
Oh, so much worse. Though I'm not really sure what to expect from a fundamentalist, so.
Well, I believe if my sire has taught me correctly, my clan would be known as the Clan of the Moon.
Malkavian.
Yes.
I suspected as such.
You know, suddenly things make a lot more sense.
They really do.
Yeah, Lucy, you know the Malkay. You don't have an idea of like a massive amount of the clans, but You are certainly aware of Ventru and Toreador. You're aware of Clan Gangrel. You're aware of Clan Bruja. And you're aware of Clan Malkavian. As well, of course, as your own. And yeah, you know the Malkavians are spooky motherfuckers.
I just am a very special kind of Malkavian.
Oh, that's what they all
Everybody
say.
thinks they're special.
Well, I don't see a lot of my kind controlling spirits, do you?
I'm sure if you ask the next one you see, they'll say yes.
And they'll most likely be lying.
Perhaps consulting is more to my known experience with
I can
Malkavians.
also do that.
Okay,
In
I have.
fact, I did consult a spirit of sorts before our meeting tonight. Things did look pretty grim.
Mr. Ashton, I have a really serious question that I
Yes.
don't know if you've ever thought about. Since you're Malkavian, how are you sure that the ghosts you see are actually real?
Lucy.
Possibly insight. Just to show.
Okay, so Lucy, and you all of you, but Lucy especially, what you see is this. Ashton's head tilts and he looks butt fugly, but his eyes are pretty normally. But you see a blackness well within them until they're nothing but orbs of pitch.
I mean, that's a cool trick. Tell me. Look, I'll be honest, a lot of the Malkavians I've met believed a whole bunch of crazy shit that no one in the right mind would. I mean, I just don't. Have you ever thought that you might just be crazy? How do we know they're actual spirits?
I could summon one, but I doubt the professor here would want that.
I could say it.
And to be quite
No, no,
fair,
no,
I
no.
don't know if you could.
No, let's not encourage him. Not here, please. Not. I would.
No, I'm sorry.
We're
I'm
in the
sorry.
co-
You get what I'm
We're
saying,
in
though,
the
right?
doctor's tower. Let's respect his space, please.
I can stare into what a lot of kindred call the abyss, Lucy. I would ask some of your elders about what that is, because honestly, I don't know how to explain it to someone who can't see it.
Oh, I'm very much going to ask an elder about this when everybody leaves in detail.
But what I was saying,
Yes, please continue.
a vision struck me this night. I went to a usual place of mine, one of the cathedrals. One not too far from here. One where a dear friend of mine works. And I was aghasted by images of things I couldn't myself exactly put together, but maybe with a few more eyes and minds I might be able to. And I'ma just expunge all three of the major images that I saw, because I do not know how to do that in character. I'd be like spending an hour on it because he is obsessed with religion.
Can you at least remind us what the three images were?
Okay, so one of them was me, my character in like robes with hands of shadows, like right, it's like hands of shadows like dragging him down, right? Like grabbing him from below. With the statue of the angel of death in front of him.
It was the hands from below.
Yeah.
a cold light hand from the left, a bloody red hand, warm red hand from the right, and the angel, the statue of Azrael was standing behind him with its scythe in front, basically pinning him to the statue.
The second one was I was completely normal as far as I know. Clayton was made of marble and had some real fucked up shit going. It had some damage to him. You said it was like a fracture, like a crater, basically.
Pulsing fracture, yes.
Pulsing fracture. The Toreador was wrapped in vines. There was a girl who was bloodied and bruised, like in a fetal position. Some chick with her limbs just all fucked up and wrapped in each other. A three-eyed angelic figure bleeding from his eyes. And the last one being an apocalypse of, if I remember correctly, it was Brisbane on fire.
It was Brisbane on fire.
With a fuck ton of screaming.
And laughing. You heard the laughing.
Laughing and screaming, yeah.
Some rather visceral images.
They tend to be.
I also have to note for posterity that Valentina was still the prettiest.
Damn straight. And she's just gonna be like, wow, that's very inspired. Have you ever considered writing a book? Ah, well, I'm sure the book you're thinking about has already been written, though. At least 13 times over. In any case. That is very fascinating, though.
The Brisbane on
our-
fire image is definitely very ominous.
My visions tend to get violent, but this was by far probably the most gruesome I've seen them.
So are visions real then?
I do
Yes.
have clairvoyance, as I think is what people call it, premonitions or whatever.
Okay.
What's
That's
important?
not ominous at all.
What's important is that sometimes these visions and insight from those who can see such things can be insightful. It can be a warning. Could simply be the ravings of a madman. You never know. But err on the side of caution has always been my experience when it comes to the Malkavian proclivities. So, Brisbane on fire is bad. We all agree upon this. So, let's avoid that as much as possible, yes?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I think the order of like which is worse is like the reverse of which ones he told him. Because Brisbane on fire is probably the worst. Us all broken is probably the second worst. And since he's only one person, him getting dragged to darkness or hell or wherever you look by like 3 different arms, that would suck for you, but he's the worst thing out of.
All things considered, Mr. Sacks, I think you've given me inspiration for my next fashion line. Brisbane on fire. I'll take it to the stage. Thank you.
You're welcome. It's a brown. He's like, you're welcome.
He's like, like, what? Little does he know.
To be quite
I'm
fair,
being dead serious, by the way.
Hashtag just Toreador things.
And
Yeah.
to be
he
quite
does
fair.
have. Sorry, go on. My
No,
bad.
go ahead.
He does have a Bible, and whether you guys have realized it or not, like while he was describing this, he has basically been clutching it to his chest like the entire time he was like talking about this.
I'll let you guys wits awareness that, but if you get more than like a success, so long as you don't totally fail, you're gonna see he's white knuckling that Bible.
What, for shits and giggles? I'm browsing. Yep.
Yeah, I got 3.
Three. Yep, you notice it. Skye, you notice it.
If one more person gets 3, it's
Judge,
an angel
judge,
number.
Judge, you notice it. With your
must
5.
I roll? Must I roll? Is it that important? Do I dare? Is it that I don't even have the dice for that, so never mind. No, it's not that important.
Yeah, he's white knuckling that Bible like a redneck white knuckles Bud Light.
That's insane.
Okay, so smart people definitely should try to figure out what those mean, if they mean anything.
Hard to say.
I'm not really good with symbolism and stuff like that.
I suppose it's... The one that's concerning us the most is that Brisbane being on fire is the current state of affairs, if I'm honest. Brisbane is falling apart. And if we don't act quickly, the city will be overrun. And those who would stand to gain from such things will be laughing in our faces, and our colleagues will be shedding tears. So, that's my takeaway from that one.
Could the 3 different hands be the number of things that are going on, like groups?
Oh, yes, that's right. Primogen Swilton did make a mention. What was it? Something that causes mortals to riot, something shattering, something maddening that leaves blood and ash in its wake, if I remember correctly. More Malkavian gibberish.
Okay, they could be crazy about the same thing then.
But these are the considerations for what threats might be waiting for us.
Exactly.
Of a supernatural nature, I suspect.
And if what I suspect is coming from Mount Kutha is indeed coming down the mountain into the city, that could be one of those threats.
What is it you would suspect again?
I don't know what they're called. They don't have a name specifically. Not any that I've heard.
Them for me.
We'll just call them not people for now.
Well, if you describe them, I might be able to give them a name.
Humans, but not humans. They're... I don't know exactly how to describe them, actually.
I tried to make it simple for you.
No, that's appreciated.
Humans, but not humans?
Human, but not... Human, but not human. I forget what the rest of you said was, lethality, regarding anything as far as more of their appearance or what they're supposed to look like.
Nothing of their appearance. They're just humans. They look like humans, but they are very distinctly inhuman.
Well, we called them Slendermen when I was a kid.
Would that like ping anything for me?
No.
Okay, not even a roll for it. Okay.
Let's take
You can roll it. You can do. You know what? You can roll it if you want. There is like a 99.999% chance you're not gonna get it, but you know what? You may go ahead and roll.
I'm choosing it be intelligence, I call.
For the shits and giggles. For the shits and giggles, what's the difficulty on it?
At a minimum, 9.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And okay, so that's 7 dice I have. Who in here has a cult? Is there dots? Because it wanted to get one for Clayton. No one has a cult.
0 a cult.
You have a cult.
Okay.
It's surprising to know that Clayton knows about these things because he does not have a cult at all.
Okay.
No, that was really just a history roll more than anything.
All right. This is gonna be risky, but I am gonna rouse. I'm at 4 hunger. That's fun.
Yeah, you're doing it again! Again!
Again.
I feed on
no.
dead things
Again!
this game. It's great.
In
Alright?
front of
Yeah,
the
it's-
salubrious.
Every
It's not
Bro,
gonna.
you-
It's not gonna trigger at the moment. It's been long enough that, and it was only a level 1
Okay.
power. So no, you're not
God.
not triggering a hunger frenzy based off of that. Luckily,
yeah, the first time you're gonna fucking feed
Oh,
on
I'm gonna
someone, you're gonna
crit fish.
lose.
I'm gonna crit fish.
sure, you're at 5.
Dang it! 7, I think. No? Maybe not.
No, hold on. 4, 5, 8.
Oh,
Oh.
my god. Oh, wait, are you serious? Hold on.
Yep,
There you
it's
go.
8.
4.
Just below.
Dang it! I'm 1 away.
I will allow a success at a cost.
Alright.
Uh-oh.
What's the cost?
Oh no.
The cost?
Uh-huh.
You'll be making a frenzy check.
I'll take it.
No.
Right now.
No.
Take it. I'm taking it.
Nuh-uh.
I'm taking it. I'm taking
I-
it.
In his tower!
In my office.
I'm
To be
taking
fair,
it.
to be fair, I
Ah.
didn't say what kind of frenzy check.
A frenzy
Ashton.
check, it's a
Oh, boy.
frenzy check, dear. He's going to, even if it's inferior, he's gonna bust down the door. Oh, God. How
I'll take it.
unbecoming.
You think about it, and you think about it, and you think about it, and you're racking your brain. Clearly not werewolves, because those were already spoken about. There are humans that can do magic, but it's not them, because they're human still.
Yeah. I'm picturing a conversation with my sire for some reason where he just fucking rants and raves about whatever this is.
Or maybe you have some kind of like connection with Clayton or some shit.
You open your you blink. And you're not in the tower anymore. For everyone else, he is still there. But Ashton, you're not in the tower anymore. You are in a simple white void. And across from you stands a very tall, like we're talking like 6'6", 6'7" man in a brilliantly dressed. He's brilliantly dressed in a pinstripe suit. His eye, he looks human, but you're looking, but you see that there's something off about him. He seems beautiful, unearthly beautiful, but not in the way that a kindred is. The figure is back to you, but as he turns, a pair of brilliant golden orbs meet yours, and for a moment you swear you see pointed ears. Terror frenzy right now. You're at a -2 because of your the compulsion that you're currently under.
Okay.
And this is why you can't trust Malkavians.
Hmm.
Uh-huh.
Oh, he knows what a Malkavian terror frenzy looks like. He's dealt with one of those before.
I'm so
What?
happy you're familiar with it.
That
And
is
also,
that
I'm
is that is
sorry.
not enough. Ashton, you need to run.
Do
You
I
have to- you
know
have
what
to.
this is before I get to run?
You don't have a name for it. You know it intuitively now. You would know it if you saw it, but you don't have a name for it. But you sprint, you get to your feet, and you you run out the door, eyes wide,
Oh no.
body shaking in fear. Because that is what you feel, whether it is a...
As he leaves, oh god, it's like he's gonna. It's like golden orbs, golden orbs, golden orbs, golden orbs, golden orbs, golden orbs. Like just like fucking.
Clayton is jumping up from his seat and actually going to soaring leap and pounce on Ashton. Because Ashton
I
is
see-
about to freak the fuck out.
Sure,
I'm going to do the same.
Same.
I'm leaving right the hell alone.
Sure,
I was going to
I'm
do this
watching.
already.
Because he is
Yeah.
going to cause panic in my hallways, and I am not about to have him running out there like a screaming, raving
you?
madman of a vampire.
I don't think I can succeed at this.
you're probably
Valentina
rolling.
and
You're
Judge are just
you're
watching.
probably rolling one die.
I am.
When
I
you've
will
got
allow.
3 of us coming at you.
My
I
bad.
will. I will.
2
I'm
for
not
my
even-
athletics.
Two. So
For my
yeah. So what's your strength athletics normally?
Strength athletics is a 4.
So you'd be rolling 2 dice.
Yeah.
Can I just roll this with assists?
I'm not even gonna have you roll it. It's all 3 of you with potents pouncing this guy.
Orbs.
Oh, I don't even have potent. I'm just
golden
attacking
orbs,
him.
Golden orbs.
Yeah, so
golden
it-
orbs.
it's-
I wasn't even
Volunteers.
activating potents.
I was
There's
activating
no-
soaring leap. I'm the first one to jump on him.
There's 3 of you.
Mhm.
It's an automatic success.
Golden orbs.
As Clayton, you come crashing down onto Ashton, and Skye and Lucy, you follow up with pinning Ashton to the floor. And Ashton, it's not loud. You're not like screaming, but there is this. Hair of silver, eyes like the sun. Hair of silver, eyes like the sun. Hair of silver,
Hair of
eyes like
silver,
the sun.
eyes
And
like
you
the
just
sun.
keep chanting it over and over and over as the 3 of them have you pinned down. Also, CJ, that is exactly why I didn't have you guys roll.
I know.
Alone taking half would have you alone taking half would have pinned poor Ashton to the floor, given he's at a -2 for any roll involving strength. It is strength or stamina, and he's at a -4 for any roll involving dex. So it wasn't happening.
I just wanted to see if I would break this roller like I used to in another game.
Alright, you lunatic, snap out of it.
There's the hair of silver, eyes like the sun. Hair of silver, eyes like the sun.
You might have to smack him.
I'll smack him.
Oh, she will.
Smack
No,
the other
sorry.
way.
I was just going to say give him a moment, but
Ashton,
Do it one more time, Lucy.
You are snapped violently back into your senses by your coterie mates.
I need to see my sire.
get a grip of yourself, man.
I need to see my sire.
You see he's not chanting as panicked and as frightened as he was, and you see that there is a sense of lucidity in his expression, Clayton, that wasn't there just a second ago before he got smacked upside the head.
I'm gonna tap
By
him
the
on the
2 girls.
forehead. Be back to normal?
Sire, must see my sire. Yes, yes, but I must my sire. I need to see him.
Clayton?
Any
Go, I can
insights
hold
you
him here.
think that your sire might have regarding
He's
this?
got an extensive library full of absolutely horrid shit, and I think I might have You know what? I would probably say that my sire has a library full of like occult shit. And I may or may not have seen this at least once in it.
Maybe. Probably nothing quite like this, but you
Yes.
may have seen things similar enough, but it's just not quite coming to your mind at the moment. You would have to go to his library and look again to be sure.
I can't say with absolute certainty, but this reminds me of something I read in one of his books, but its name escapes me. I don't know how, but I think I saw one of the things that you were talking about.
Well, if this thing has been here or rumors of it or its kind have been here since before the city began, then it's native, of course.
He would, if anyone were to know, it would be him. He's just crazy enough to be the one to look into it, I bet.
If you think that's a valuable resource, I trust your judgment on that.
Because if
knowing what creature we're looking for is better than going in blind.
Because if we look at the Hand of Blood, we can obviously assume that that's kindred. The hands below me, the abyss, wraiths, and spirits. But the Hand of Light is the one that's unaccounted for, and I think I just peered right into it.
The Hand of Lights may potentially be our Society of St. Leopold, my dear. Or it may be that. But it's an interesting perspective. Light means many things.
Those eyes that I saw certainly shined bright.
I know nothing of that.
Probably what caused your terror frenzy. They looked like the sun, and for a moment you thought you were staring at the sun.
Yup.
But I think.
Clayton.
Yes.
Clayton, should I let him up?
Yes, he's fine.
Now see, this is another reason why I can't wear skirts while I'm working. If I hopped on top of him while I was wearing a skirt, it wouldn't have been good.
That reminds me.
Skye's just gonna help him up. Like, come on.
Yeah, I'll basically like pick him up. Like
he's a string bean, so it's not gonna be very hard. Like
That reminds me.
Yes.
Miss Lucy, my dear, I will be needing to speak with you later when you have the opportunity. Dr. Wellsworth, I have matters of the court to speak with you about. I would like to privately, if we may.
Of course.
Very well.
You sure you want to talk to me? You guys usually hate me.
At what point have I ever said I hated you?
No. All the roses usually take one look at me, insult me, or stick their nose up, and or act like they're going to vomit.
Well, you're hideous. That is an indelible fact. However, that doesn't mean that you aren't. Doesn't mean you're terrible. And for that same reason, I want to be in a good position with you. And for you to be in a good position with me. You are my ally.
All of us.
I think that's the closest thing to a nice thing that a warrior has ever said.
I think about it this way, at least you're not the ugliest one in the room.
I think all of us being on the same page will provide a united front that could serve as a good image for the rest of the court as well.
You, Judge.
Yes.
When I go on this journey, I'd like to invite you.
I will take you up on your offer.
I don't know how you'll feel about having an uninvited guest, but in this instance, I don't want to exactly be with him by myself.
I have seen many horrors. What's one individual?
Well, you take what I can do, you crank it up to 11, and that's kind of what he is.
He's not as monstrous looking as you, but that's just the outside. But
It's on the inside that you gotta worry about.
I think with that, I'm gonna call the session there for the evening.
The absolute freaking fuck out. I think I know what that is. He doesn't. Oh, holy fuck. Okay.
It's
that's
100% a changeling, dude.
It is.
Yeah,
I know it is.
yeah.
Like, you said the pointed ears, and I'm like, oh, no wonder why this man went fucking crazy. Okay.
Here we are. Oh god. The question is it like a changeling like how like you can play a changeling? Or is it like a changeling as in a changeling? Like
Well,
that's the fun part.
Well, on that one, if you decide to go down that route, you will
Mhm.
see. Although
I
I will
guess we
point
will.
out that first image of your premonition was meant to be taken in a couple of was designed to be ambiguous enough that you could take it in a couple of different ways. But and you've identified it a little bit, and I'm happy with that. But there's yet more to discover in there in the symbology.
Yeah.
It's layers on top of layers.
And
But if
like
you
I said, I'm gonna
decide,
need you to note it down for me, like the whole
yeah,
thing.
no,
'cause I wanna fucking
I'll note down the premonitions for you.
psychoanalyze the hell out of it.
I'll,
Yeah,
So
don't
you're
worry
saying
about
it's
that.
an ogre?
we should probably
Yeah.
have that in the group chat just so that we all have it.
Yes, that will
Yeah.
go in the group chat for you all.
I like
But
how no one listens to Valentina, but they come to the same conclusion anyways. She's just like, I know how this is gonna go. Let's just pair you all up and then just okay.
well,
that's it,
that will
please.
I will say I've been designing like the stuff that you're going to be going up against in a way that you guys tackle each segment, like each element of it in pairs,
Mhm.
so that you all come across it in a thing, and it also builds intercoterie relationships. It's how we build intercoterie relationships in a larger coterie like this one.
Mm-mm-mm.
So that's a little bit
Yeah.
of kind of a little bit of behind the screen view for you guys as to how I'm building and moving pieces around.
And Clayton's always
Um,
here for support, y'all.
Yeah, but no,
Listen, Ashton's not gonna take Clayton in to see a crazy old fuck, alright?
absolutely wonderful session. So that Coffee can get to sleep before 4 in the morning.
Yes.
I'm gonna move.
Just barely.
We're gonna move quickly on to XP. So yes, we have a.
I'm gonna be right back, Bo.
My willpower just immediately restores. I love this.
Yeah, we have an audience vote. But everyone gets their 2 XP for showing up.
Woohoo.
Hell yeah, I'm at 5 now.
You get the 2 XP for meeting thine desire if you did.
Oh, we get XP from eating our desires? Hell yeah.
I will
Yep.
say this session you do, yes.
This session,
I will
okay.
note.
I
I
went
will
to
note
church.
too, Valentina. You did.
Mhm.
I will say you did meet your desire this session, because Raven gave you the kind perspective.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I made my desire go to church, so my church. I definitely went to church.
Yes, you did go to church.
Yeah,
You
mine
went to church. You went to
tower.
church, and then the church took you to it.
Yes, it did.
And then we have our categories. We do have our plot pusher, our best scene, our best line. We have the audience vote, and I have decided, as a bit of an executive decision, that I will maintain the ST MVP award that I will issue.
Oh yeah.
But that will be only one experience.
Okay.
I've decided to keep that around because I think it's a good way for me to award who I thought did absolutely wonderfully during the session. So
It's a
let's
cool idea.
begin with the plot pusher. Who pushed the plot? I see cases for everyone this session.
As do I.
Mm-hmm.
But who do you think did it the most?
I'm gonna say Ashton. Gave us more of a
One
clue
vote.
about the things out in the mountain.
One vote Ashton.
Mm-hmm. I am going to throw Valentina's hat in for getting the kind perspective on everything.
Oh wow,
One vote.
thank you.
You're welcome.
One
was
vote
also
Ashton.
gonna
One vote
vote-
Valentina.
I was gonna vote for Valentina.
2
Oh,
votes
God.
Valentina.
I was gonna vote Judge because he kind of gave us like our next, well, my next step when it comes to Southside. So
Sure. 2 votes Valentina, 1 vote Ashton, 1 vote Judge.
I'm throwing my hat in the ring for the information I found from outside.
2 votes Valentina, 2 votes Judge, 1 vote Ashton, 1 vote left. Lucy,
You know what,
it's all yours.
just because I can, I'm going to vote Ashton and tie it up.
you motherfucker.
2 of each. This is fine. This is actually fine. Would you like to know why?
Because you changed the rules to how we usually do it.
Yes, but I think, under the circumstances, all 3 of you deserve the XP. So I'm not going to have you roll.
Huh.
Oh shit!
How about
The
that?
cases for the cases for you 3 are so strong that
Oh damn.
given that you guys can't decide, I'm not going to make you. In this case, because of how frankly, this session was absolutely fucking amazing from my point of view. So,
Okay.
Hell yeah!
Ashton,
Take it.
Judge, Valentina, 2 XP each. It's yours.
Hell yeah, I'll take it.
Best scene.
Oh, baby.
Hi, Felix.
Hi, Fifi.
But
I mean,
yes, best scene.
guiding the meeting.
1 vote Clayton.
I gotta have to give it to Ashton because this man literally had crazy ass fucking visions tonight.
Yeah. Sure.
1
My
vote
vote
Clayton.
also
1 vote Ashton.
I could,
Ashton.
Yeah, Ashton.
3 votes Ashton. 1 vote Clayton.
I mean, might as well vote everybody else.
Ashton and Valentina are tied up in the audience vote. 1-1.
Well done. Yes, if you're voting Ashton, then that is enough. Ashton, you get the best
Okay.
scene for tonight.
Alright. Cool, okay. Alright, that's alright, cool. I did not expect that, but alright. Okay.
Bet.
Best line.
Oh, the number.
She'd be cute if
She'd
it
be-
wasn't for her face.
She'd be cute
Yeah,
if it
it's
wasn't
still
for the
got to be
face.
between. Yeah, it's still got to be between. She'd be cute if it wasn't for her face. And I am not jumping up there showing my ass to everyone because everybody was dying for that. Those are like the best lines.
I'm
Those
throwing
both
mine
of
in
us
there for
literally
the.
broke.
I'm throwing mine in there for the. So you're saying you're a fucked up version of Peter Pan.
That is actually
I
really good,
do
too.
like that a lot too, though.
So we've got 1 vote Valentina, 1 vote Skye.
I gotta go Valentina, because that fucking killed me.
2 votes Valentina, 1 vote Skye.
Oh, go Sky.
Valentina.
Uh,
Gotta go with my Toreador girl.
3 to 2. So your choice is you either get to vote Valentina or yourself, right? CJ?
Me? I do like the Peter Pan thing.
Hi, Ozzy.
So it's a.
I'll pick the Peter Pan thing because I actually got to play off that. And have
All
a
right,
scene with
that's
it.
enough. Skye, you get the 2 XP for the best line.
Woohoo!
Yay.
Valentina and Ashton, I believe it was.
Mm.
Yeah.
You get because it was tied. You get 1 XP each from the
Yay.
audience.
Jesus Christ, I'm at
And
12
now,
experience right now.
finally,
Hot damn.
my MVP award of 1 XP is going to go to Lucy.
Oh.
I think you've done amazingly well so far, CJ, playing outside of your comfort zone personality-wise.
I love
And I
it.
think you've been playing the personality that at least what I would think that the personality would look like absolutely perfectly, without being so over the top that it gets too much. I think you've
I'm
been hitting
hoping
the
it's not getting too much
no
because like
you've
I
been
love
you've
her.
been
I
you've been
love
hitting
Lucy.
I love it.
you've been hitting the sweet spot there very consistently, and I would like to reward that. And
Thank
so
you.
I'm
We
going
love
to.
Lucy.
We
Yeah,
love.
we love Lucy.
We do
Hey,
love Lucy.
Wait a
do.
second, isn't that a show?
Lucy is the one.
Look at you, that's
Yes.
so Vogue.
It's a show about a cute girl.
Yeah.
Mhm.
How Hollywood.
Now,
I'm going to spend some XP.
yeah, we'll talk about XP expenditures off stream,
Okay.
but that is all for us tonight here from the River City. I would urge you all to go ahead and watch the first episode, the introduction to this shit show that the coterie is getting themselves into on YouTube. This one I'm sure will be going up sometime soon once Coffee goes ahead and does the thing. And I urge you to come back next week when, well, things are just getting started. So, from the River City, say goodnight, everybody.
Good night.
Alright.
Good night, everybody.
Like good night and stuff. I'll see you next time.
Hope to
Good
see you
night.
soon.